Give them a name to remember.
Quantum racing a spec at the top of the world. ROLEX TP52 World Champion.
They win the World Championship title for the third time on the final run.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
So the final day of the Rolex TP52 World Championships here in Newport, Rhode Island. Another complicated day probably. We're joined by Vasco Vascotto, outgoing world champion. Could you still be a world champion by the end of the day, Vasco, do you think?
Everything, as my mother says, written upstairs, so there is somebody that is controlling our move. Obviously there are a couple of boats that has an advantage, that's clear. The number doesn't lie, and we are in that position that we can still try. It's a good day. Breeze should be on since 12 o'clock, so we'll have possibly 3 races. 3 races last day are different races than all the days before. We are confident, we are improving. We have a couple of better regattas, and we paid that a little bit, but at the end we are quite consistent. For sure, Gladiator and Geisha did an amazing job on the starts. I think that sled was quite consistent except one race. Maybe it's our day.
Maybe it's your day. You've spoken to Geisha about what he needs to do. Do you give him some advice?
Yeah, just sail a little worse, you know. He has to start a little worse than what he did. He won every time pin or committee. That's obviously is something very dangerous sometimes, but he managed properly. Let's see if today, with a lot on the table, he's going for a big risk or a little more conservative way to sail. That should quite normal the last day in this kind of position, and on the opposite side we needed to maybe do something extra, and let's see if after the first race of today we have to do it or not.
What's your view on that? He has taken a little bit more risk. Is that normal for Geisha? You've known him since you were...
Well, I think that on this point the boss Tony is pushing hard the team to take the risk. He is a kind of person that possibly he loves to try. He loves to try hard, and I think that he has the best talisman in order to do that, because Geisha can give a lot of time this kind of good starts. But is a high risk percentage. So on our side, obviously, we hope that this percentage sometimes working for our team a little bit. Everybody knows that he will be at the pin. Everybody knows that he will be at the committee boat. So let's see if he can still do what he did. That is amazing, but I have no doubt. First of all, I'm a good good friends of Guige, but more than that, I have a huge respect of him about as a sailor, and he's very good. But one point behind there is sled, so it's not just a matter of gladiator, but sled shows in the past that they are able to win the World Championship and seasons. And gladiator obviously is a better team from when Guige fit into the team.
Good. I mean, you've had a pretty tough season. You now have all the tools in the box to win a regatta, do you think?
We have a new boat. We have a new boat. We are learning how to sail the boat. For sure, we are improving. Now we need to understand if it's enough to confirm that we can still be the world champion this year. Will be tough, but I have 40 years career as a background, and I know that everything can happen.
What about in the future, though? Puerto Portals and ahead to Valencia. Do you think you could win one of these?
I think that the reason why we are sailing is try to achieve good results, and I think that we have the potential to do better than what we did during the season, and if somebody know my character, knows that I will not give up for sure, and still we want to confirm our team has a top level team. Last year we won, this year we will try to do it again, even if we are a little still behind, but we will try.
Vasco, you've been doing this since 2005 in the 52s. How have you changed? How have you evolved as a sailor and as a person?
First of all, it was a 10 kilos ago, was a different color of my hair, and I think that maybe I manage a little the risk in a different way. I learn a lot from all the great sailors that I have around me.
Who would be your biggest influences? Who's influenced you most?
But I think that you need to be humble and take from everybody a lot of things. It doesn't matter the name. Sometimes there is some young guys that are showing something new, and if you are smart, you have to bring everything that is coming from all the guys. Obviously, I fight a lot against, for example, Terry, and Terry teach me a lot of things that I try.
Are you missing him?
Yeah. Yes, I'm missing him, and I think that for our sport, he is one of the best sailors, and but he will come back, and he will be tough as usual, no doubt. Last year he came just for one event, and come back to a class like that just for one event is not easy, because everybody are growing up, so you need to be trained.
Anyway, how's life for you this season? Otherwise, you've got lots of racing on.
Yeah, I have a lot of racing. I have some new projects that are coming. Some new owners that are very enthusiastic and want to do a lot of sailing, and I'm happy about that. I watch also America's Cup a little bit. Very curious. I think that Luna Rossa can have a very good results in this campaign. Let's see, but I'm very curious about how sailing is evolving, and I'm very curious about other teams joining this class. That will be a very exciting thing.
Well, we're going to see that in Puerto Portals. Vasco, have a great day. Thank you so much.
Ciao to everybody.
So it's Vasco Vascotto, tactician on the outgoing world champions, potentially maybe still on top after today. They've got a little bit to do. It'll be very much dependent on whether we get 3 races. But meantime, we'll also go and catch up with some of the guys from sled and gladiator. So with Adam Bichel, the coach from the sled. Adam, very much your eyes and ears off the boat. What's your advice to the team this morning?
Pretty simple. One leg at a time, one race at a time. There's not much more you can do than that. That's follow your processes, basically, from our point of view. See where the chips fall at the end of race 1 today, or race whatever it is, 7, 8, 7, and then take it from there, sort of thing. It's a wide open day with possible 3 races today, so there's up 30 points up for grabs potentially. So there can be some big movers and some big losers. Where our goal is to be one of the ones that holds steady and maybe a little bit of a gain.
What's the forecast then for the day? You were talking potentially 3 races. How likely is that?
It's likely on the forecast. The clock's going to be the hard one in between races to try and turn around enough to, in between potentially 2 race turnaround to get a third race in. But forecast is fantastic. Newport day here,
So which is sort of going?
10 to 16 knots basically on the forecast from the southwest 240s. So it should be pretty. We should get the racing underway pretty easily with the race course side of things.
How are you enjoying your role then? On a day like this when you'd much rather be on the boat?
It's with today's way, with all the telemetry that you can get from out there and with the tracker and the different things, that quite often actually feels like you're still sitting on the boat. It's you just not got that communication there. But no, it's good. It's it's another dimension of the sailing and the sport, and it's good learning from my perspective. I enjoy it.
What's the key going to be today then, in terms of risk management?
Just nothing different to what we did yesterday. Keep it simple. Just one race at a time, one leg at a time. That's it. No.
The other teams potentially going to risk more, do you think? Or Gladiator have been relatively high risk this week? Or...
Yeah, they tend to be, and it's worked for them. So it'll be interesting to see if they try to go conservative, and it might backfire. But we'll wait and see. But there's a couple of other teams, Quantum, Allegre, Platoon. That'll they might be willing to risk a little bit more today, especially in the first 2 races, to try and close the gap and make it interesting for the last 1 or 2 races.
Great. So Bruno Zerilli, then the navigator on the World Championship leading Gladiator. Bruno, how are you feeling this morning? In some senses, you've been here before. You've won 2-3 world titles.
No, I've never been sailing in Newport before this event and this year, let's say. And today for me is a day like the other days. We have to go out, do our job at our best, and see how is the final points.
But you've won the world title before, haven't you?
Yes, I think I won 2 times. I don't remember.
Matador 2009, were you on board?
No, I think was not on board that day. I was with Desafio Español, so I guess it was 2.
So what's your influence? What's your role today compared to other days when it's high pressure?
Yeah, first of all, we have to take the high pressure out of the boat. Otherwise, it's not good for sailing. And the role is like all the other days. We have to sail. We have to choose our corner, left or right. Hopefully, the one correct, and then sail the boat at best. The boat is sailing fast, so it's helping us, and is a very good news for us. This, and I think we are there also not only for us. I mean, as a crew, but also the boat is important.
In terms of your tactical decisions, what's the dynamic? How is it being made between yourself, Tony, Chris Hosking, Guige, Andy Escort?
We try to help Tony to make the final decision. Me, Guige, Chris. We act like three strategists. It's a bit funny, but at the end we do our picture. We describe the picture to Tony, and we help him. He has the final decision. And then while sailing, we keep monitoring the course, the other competitors, the wind, the clouds. And we try to put on the table what are the options, and then Tony take the option that he likes.
You excited?
Yes, we are excited because it's last day of the World Championship, being in a good position. But we have not to be too much excited. To go there and sail well.
Weather for the 3 races. Just give us a clear picture of what the weather's going to do.
Weather today I think is promising because should be already 10-12 knots when we go out at 12. So should not be waiting, but just go straight to the race. And I guess it can be 3 races because the wind is improving and is going up to 16-17 knots probably in the late afternoon. And that's it. It's better than the other days, the wind.
Perfect, thank you, have a good day.
Yeah, thank you. Goodbye, ciao.
So it's the big finale today, Saturday showdown as ever. Top of the table, well, it's a Gladiator leading by a single point. They've never been there before. Sled have won the world title before. It's going to be a great showdown. Conditions look set to be fantastic, up to 16 knots in the late afternoon. The challenge is to get 3 races in, but it's going to be great action. beautiful day here in Rhode Island. It's sun's out, the breeze is up. We're on day 4 of the ROLEX TP52 World Championship. At the top of the table, Gladiator hanging in there with a single point lead ahead of the ever consistent Allegre. 4 points behind Sled, the 2021 World Champions. But there's a long way to go yet, and anything can happen. Light breeze about 6 to 8 knots for the start of race 6. Wind angle is 225 degrees, 1.6 mile beat. Off the start line was a nice start from Phoenix with good pace in the middle of the line. Gladiator started the committee boat end of the line. But up the first beat, well, it's actually Sled that does well in the middle right, then moving right, and at the top mark they lead with Phoenix in second. There's Gladiator in third. All the way around the course, it's Sled with Phoenix second. At the finish line, it's Sled winning. Gladiator gets second. Phoenix third, and Allegre in 10th. So second race of the day, race 7 of the series, wind angles 240 degrees, a little bit more wind pressure, 10 knots of breeze. Phoenix start beautifully with a good pace, leading off the start line with Sled and Quantum Racing. The left comes in slightly better with stronger wind pressure on that left side. At the top mark, it's Phoenix leading from Sled, Quantum Racing round in third. Allegre find themselves shy and tight on the ley line and ending up on the mark. Through the finish line, it's Phoenix getting their first race win of the season, Sled getting 2 seconds for the day, and Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, getting third.
It's nice to go into the last day with a chance of winning the trophy, so I think we sailed sort of conservatively. We took our opportunities when they came up, and the guys did a nice job in the back of the boat. The boat was going really nicely.
Not the best day today, but not a bad day. Still leading by 1 point.
So after 7 races, it's a Gladiator on top on 24 points. Second are Sled, just a point behind on 25. And the defending world champions, Platoon Aviation, third on 32 points. So new territory then for Gladiator going into the final day of the World Championships with a 1 point lead, being chased by Sled, past world champions, and 3 times world champions Platoon, now in third place. Great day in prospect. Who's going to win the world title? Indeed, who is going to win the world title? We could see up to 3 races. High pressure, certainly in the top 3, top 4 positions in this World Championship at the moment. Gladiator, as we keep saying, in new territory. They've finished on the podium. They have, in the past, they've finished on top of the table. Tied on top of the table way back in Menorca in previous years. But this is all new for them as a World Championship. But they do have Gigi Parada. They have... Also Bruno, the navigator, who've won the world title before, twice with Azura. So it's an interesting dynamic on board. Sled are altogether a different team, much more experienced perhaps. A lot of America's Cup wins, and Olympic medalists on board. And they won the world title in 2021. So Louise, on the water, how's it looking? We seem to have 10 or 12 knots, something like that.
And it looks great, so we have a very promising forecast. There is a gradient wind from the southwest that will mix later, probably with the sea breeze. So as the land will heat up, there will come even more wind. So we have a thermal enhancement later. So what does it actually mean for the sailing? I think we have a lot more stable breeze out here. Not so many shifts, there will be long oscillations. The current is not a very big factor today. It's only half of a knot and we have enough wind for these boats, so it shouldn't affect them too much. So I'm very excited, Andy. I think it shouldn't be a problem to do 3 races today, and in less than 4 hours we will know who the winner is.
Indeed. So what's your evaluation? As I say, Gladiator have generally been a little bit more prepared to take risks, often starting at either end of the start line. Sled more or less low risk and tending to get into the first shifts and go well in the early part. What's your evaluation of the top 2 or top 3 over the course of the day?
I think this is such a good question, Andy. And when I came in the boat park this morning, you could feel the tension in the boat park of the teams. They all try to play cool. They all have a lot of experience, but it is the final day of the ROLEX TP52 World Championship. And some of them, I know, didn't sleep so well. So I think Gladiator really likes to take risks. We have seen it in the interviews before. They like to start at the boat or at the pinion. They're now at the boat. They should be actually maybe having an eye on Sled. Sled should go in full attack mode, and I think Platoon and the other boats behind, it's for them to take risk and see what they can still do to move up on the leaderboard, Andy.
Indeed, Platoon then are looking to take a little bit more risk on the pin end of the line. Talking to Vasco earlier on, they're the team. They have a deficit of 8 points to make up on the top of the table. Gladiator, Sled can afford to be a little bit more consistent or stay as consistent as they have been. Second up from the leeward end of the line, we've got Alpha Plus and Allegro. Quantum more mid-line as usual, and at the committee boat end of the line we've got Gladiator, Paprex, Sled and Phoenix. As we come into the final speed build, a nice start from Platoon off the pin end of the line. In the middle of the line, Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, had a nice positioning, but probably didn't have the pace. But there we go, Quantum Racing again. The last day hoodoo strikes for Quantum Racing. They said they didn't need to have to push so hard. We've seen an individual recall for Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. The same as happened a month ago. But a good start from Vasco and the team on Platoon. Off the pin end of the line, sailing slightly fatter and faster. Alpha Plus at the pin end as well with Vayu. And next up there you see Interlodge. But for me the best start I think really was that for, in terms of speed, was bow number 1, the defending world champions at the pin end of the line. Gladiator at the other end of the line, tacking off early, Louise.
Yes, so I think Andy exactly happened what we've been speaking about before. Gladiator really likes to start extreme, so they started at the boat, they tack now go to the right, and Platoon had a great start here at the pin end. They can go fast, they can sail their own mode. They're a little bit pinned, so if I would be Platoon now, Ham, Müller, Speer and Vasco, I would probably try to go on a high mode here together with the main trimmer, so really trying to get an option to have the possibility to tack, because you don't want to get pinned out on the racetrack. So there are also some little shifts, as I've been speaking about before, these small oscillations you want to be taking. But Platoon looks fast here, coming out all the space they want, and they make gains.
They have all the space to leeward that they want. As you say, also the option to come up and squeeze that Alpha Plus. I think they've got the legs on Alpha Plus at the moment. Sled in second place in the regatta, going to the same side of the course as the Gladiator. Gladiator were slightly better off the start line. Interesting little note, it was quite funny when Gladiator went off the dock, Chris O'Hoskins was just momentarily late and had to jump onto the boat. And one of the shore team just made the point that the last time Chris O was late, Gladiator went out and got 2 bullets. So will that be a lucky omen for them again? At the moment, Gladiator going well on that right side, but it's the two extremes of the course just now which seem to be paying according to our tracker. Platoon on the left, Gladiator on the right. Sled a little bit behind on that right side. We have them in 8th place just now. But the big question is whether the left or the right is going to come in strong. Remember that World Championship, Louise, in Barcelona last year. Platoon just got better and better through the day and nipped it in the last race, and nothing to say that over 3 races they couldn't do the same. They're certainly fired up.
And yeah, I absolutely agree with you, and I think 3 races, when you have 10 races in total, this is almost 1/3, so still a lot to be decided here actually. And I think the split we're seeing here between Platoon, the most furthest left boat, and Gladiator, the most right boat, is probably exactly what we would have expected also. Platoon has to take a bit more risk to get boats in between them and to say the best possible result here. And Gladiator likes the right, and I'm not surprised Sled is following them to the right side.
Indeed, but it is quite a significant split, and they're a little forlorn in the middle of the course. Our Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, was really hoping they could come out and, if nothing else, win the day, but they've really given themselves a mountain to climb in 10th place. Now then, as Louise said, Platoon just getting enough space to tack and to get across. I think Alpha Plus. Nothing in it really, just Vasco making the point. They've crossed comfortably in the end, but just keeping super careful. But that's a key moment for them, able to cross out of that corner. And let's watch and see how Gladiator go and Platoon go relative to one another. Big split for the moment, but it is Platoon coming back. For me, if anything, Platoon looked to be in just a little bit of a lefty, a little lift on this side, Louise. Although, there we go, Platoon have been given a penalty. I did wonder about that. They just were quite close to Alpha
Andy,
Plus.
so that cross so that cross we've been seeing, the crossing in front of Alpha Plus, wasn't as clear as we thought. So Alpha Plus actually had to bear away. So now Platoon got a penalty. Maybe they pushed the risk a little bit too hard there, but yeah, that was a little bit painful. Now they had to do one tag and one jibe, and are back on the left side.
They did, losing 2 or 3 boat lengths for that manoeuvre and that penalty. Be interesting to watch as the Alpha Plus go back at the fleet. Kind of what could have been for Platoon. But certainly was interesting because Vasco was right back on the quarter watching to see the cross on the bow of Alpha Plus. But they've got themselves even further out to the left side, dropping to 9th for that. It's one of these situations where they obviously felt that was the moment, and the moment wasn't perhaps going to come back to them. On board with Gladiator. Now for me, Gladiator appear, Louise, to have a little bit more breeze on this right side. A little gust, a little puff for them. The right side certainly stronger. Look how much they
so
have.
I'm going up the left. Yeah, so I'm going up the left side here together with Platoon, just windward of Platoon. And if I see the cross now, yes, I agree with you. The right side looks a little bit better. So we will see who comes in strongest in the end. And this is very exciting to watch at the moment. Let's see if the boats from the left side can still come in. But to be honest, from my perspective at the moment, the boats from the right look actually in more pressure and in a better shift.
Yeah, and that is to the advantage of a Gladiator. They've got this side right. Coming in strong along with Paprec. They're looking at Alpha Plus, so Alpha Plus don't look too bad to me going across on port at the moment. I would say potentially the shift is on this left side, and the Gladiator is perhaps sailing a little bit higher, but it's it's pretty even. Going towards the windward mark, but that's an expensive error for Platoon, which you'll feel worse about if this left side continues to profit. So watching all the time then, Platoon back in max concentration. You've got to just put these errors behind you and eliminate them from the mindset. But still, we seem to like this right side. Very often we've seen this a left-hander. The lift on port on this side, but potentially more pressure on that right side. But in terms of the positions on this race so far for the top three, Gladiator extend to their advantage. Sled are presently 6th. Platoon in 9th. So Gladiator strengthening their hand as it stands at the moment. On board briefly with Phoenix. Ed Baird, the tactician, working with Hasso Plattner on the helm. They got a 3rd and 1st yesterday. It's a pretty good day for the Phoenix. I would imagine that perhaps Hasso will just sail the one race, supposing we're going to get into 3. But this is interesting, and this is going to be hard to take for the platoon guys in particular. They were just they were ahead of Alpha Plus, and this left side coming in strong for the team from Hong Kong. The shift is very definitely on this side. Now we're watching briefly, or we saw a quick shot of Phoenix. That this is evolving all the time. I wonder whether in the end, this, even though they make that error, whether this left side can still work out for platoon, or they may be able to minimise their losses. What do you think, Louise? The left is coming in. Alpha Plus leading, Value 2nd. And Gladiator out in the right in 3rd.
Andy, so I'm at the upwind mark now, and it seems like that they're getting this left shift now here at the left side. So all the boats who looked first great from the right side need to go against the shift now a little bit to get to this upwind mark. But I think it will stay quite close until the end, and they're quite even still, these sides.
Yeah, quite even. I mean, it's in the end it could be Alpha Plus and Value round in 1st and 2nd potentially, but the key battle is Gladiator versus Sled and Platoon. Gladiator do have the upper hand in the world title fight just now. Lying in 3rd, they have Sled. Certainly the same piece of water and slightly to windward. We're sailing a slightly longer course, but Sled just under the starboard ley line, coming in on starboard. They have Quantum to leeward. Sled under ley line. Still potentially Alpha Plus going to lead into this top mark. Gladiator having to make their decision when they're going to tack in on port, and indeed they go just now. Platoon making gains all the time, coming in on the just under the port tack ley line. It's a high risk option though in this fleet at this time. Some people will be amused to hear Vasco talking of her Gigi taking high risks, but anyway, Platoon making a couple of places coming in on that left side. Looking very much like it's going to be Alpha Plus round first. So the young guns on Alpha Plus potentially reading around the top mark. First race of the day, final day of the World Championship. Indeed, our 2 Asian boats, 1st and 2nd. Now then it's going to be close at this top mark, but looking like a Gladiator get round in 3rd. Alpha Plus, then Value. Then Gladiator in 3rd,
Yes, exactly. I see the same. And now there will be some more situation how Platoon will come in this upwind mark, Andy.
Indeed, they're just finding themselves a slot. Now they're tacking just below Paprec. And it's going to be a tough lane for Harmuller Spear to hold, but in general, the team don't want to be pushed into the situation. They're having to shoot the mark just now. And yeah, just getting round and saving themselves a few meters, but at the cost of low speed. Enemy Gladiator round in third, Interlodge fourth, Paprec fifth, Allegra sixth, Sled seventh, Phoenix eighth, ninth then is, sorry, seventh is Platoon Aviation in the end. And Quantum Racing over the start line, 10th place for the moment. Opened the regatta with a 6th and a 10th. Now then, Platoon Aviation jibing off early, trying to find something, but credit to Alpha Plus and Vayu. Louise got that left side coming in.
Yes, great work from these two Asian boats, but also from Gladiator coming all the way from the right side. So I think it was quite important to come from all the outside, and then it was the final shift in the upwind mark that came from the left that made that left side being in front. But how close is this fleet still together? We've seen Platoon doing a penalty, we've seen Quantum Racing going back to the line, and they're still all together. This stays exciting until the end, I think, Andy.
Absolutely. Platoon just, I think, got a spectator boat in front of them, and that's really keeping the stress levels, the blood pressure high on board. They need to be just settling down. Projected points at the moment see Gladiator would be 5 points ahead, 27, 32, 41. Now a lot of work to be done by the American team, Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. Allegra within touch of third again. Alpha Plus best results so far this regatta is their 3/5 in fact. Finished 10th here last month, and in Palma, Mallorca at the beginning of the season their best score was a second place. So Alpha Plus certainly, I can't remember last, I think they won last year, won a race then, but haven't won this year. But these top two boats have a jump of about 80 metres. The top two boats from Hong Kong and Thailand used to race each other on the Asian circuits in TP52s before in successive years they made the jump into the 52 Super Series. So Paprec nice and solid in his first race of the day. Paprec in fourth, tended to fade just very slightly through the races, but have often shown in the top 3, top 4, top 5. Best score of the regatta so far was their I think they had a 3rd or 4th earlier on in the week. 4th. Yeah, they're averaging 4th and 5ths on the Paprec. So certainly not seeing much of a gain to Platoon on that left side, Louise. Gladiator jibe off.
Andy, so I'm driving down here with the fleet on the right side, and yes, I think it was a little bit of maybe a kind of desperation move from Platoon Aviation to jibe. I mean, they had to do something to still move forward. So yeah, why not trying? I think, why not? They want to move forward. They're not happy with the 3rd place. They want to win. And now the other boats are all starting to jibe here. They all look for a nice lane to go towards the first gate. And I think we will see in the end if that early jibe from Platoon Aviation actually paid off, or if there was still better to continue with the others.
Interesting, just watching. If anything, I think these boats on this are in our foreground on the right of the track, downwind, potentially have a little bit more wind pressure, just looking at how value we're going relative to Gladiator, more to their left. Quickly back on board with Platoon Aviation, settling in, pointing for the first gate. But a big gap then, 130 metres between Value and Gladiator. And Gladiator about 100 metres ahead of Interlodge. So the move for Gladiator out on that left side, the move for Platoon out on that left side, maybe just bringing them in with a couple of places. All the time though, Gladiator strengthening their hand in terms of their challenge for the world title. Finished second here, just 2 points behind Value last month. Certainly was a little bit of friction, a little bit of unhappiness, shall we say, on the Gladiator when they came ashore yesterday. They felt they'd given up a point, and so they really have had to put that tension behind them. As Bruno Zerilli, the navigator, said, really you have to sail with no tension, no just sail very even in terms of emotions, focus on doing their jobs, and at the moment that's working out for Gladiator. All the time, they don't need to be concerned particularly about Alpha Plus and Value. Their main concerns are Sled and Platoon Aviation, who are 8th and 9th. So really the situation could, well, it could be slightly better for Gladiator, but not much. So that battle for the podium looking pretty tasty. Platoon 41 points, Allegri 42, Phoenix and Alpha Plus not far out of it in 45. And all the time we have to be off the mindset that we're on a 3-race day, and having got racing away pretty much on time, Louise, at 12 o'clock. We're on a good schedule, aren't we, Louise?
Yes, we're in perfect schedule, and the wind just clicked up a little bit. We have now consistent 11 knots, so great racing here for these boats. They start planing here on downwind, and as we are talking about, Andy, they approach the gate. Now they need to make a decision for the next upwind side and the gate mark.
They do, and that decision is led by Alpha Plus, by the 2016 Olympic gold medalist Tom Burton, part of the Great Australian Laser gold medalist production facility, if you want to call it that. 3 Olympic gold medalists in a row. Anyway, they're going round the right-hand mark, splitting with Vayu. Gladiator also on the right-hand mark, Louise.
Exactly, Gladiator also on the right-hand mark. And for me, they made some actually gains here. These boats who had jibed out early, like Platoon and Quantum Racing, there wasn't really, I think, the best way to catch up meters here, because I still like the left side a little bit more. And I think the boats are kind of even. They always want to go for a free lane so they can go without being in the disturbed wind first. And I think then they will make the final maneuver if they want to continue, if they want to attack.
So then Phoenix chasing Allegre and Interlodge round on opposite marks. Phoenix in our foreground. Sled struggling, or certainly not hitting the marks as they would have wished. And Sled in 7th. And Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, still in 10th, almost a minute and a half behind Alpha Plus. As Louise said, the breeze is up a knot, or up a knot, certainly. Maximum hike. And Vayu and Alpha Plus look to have swapped positions for the meantime. There's perhaps more pressure on this left side. A particular little rivalry between Vayu and Alpha Plus. I think more in the sense that Alpha Plus particularly would like to beat Vayu. Whereas Vayu's successes recently have very much established themselves as one of the teams to beat. But by the looks of things, potentially Allegre may be through Gladiator. So maybe Louise's left side strengthening, perhaps. Can you see anything? What do you think? I see a little bit of a left-hand shift looking at the geometry of the course.
Andy, so as I'm looking upwind, I can see maybe a little bit more breeze here on the left, but it's difficult to see as well because everything is quite grey. So if you would see more pressure, there would be just a darker grey tone. So it's quite difficult here to make a call. It would be probably the strategist on each boat who have to call this. And I think it depends a little bit where you're in the fleet at the moment. If you're more in the back, you're not so happy, so you want to take more risk. You need to go a little bit away from the rest of the fleet to create an option to somehow make it possible to overtake them. But if you're in the top of the fleet, I think then you just want to go straight, maximize your speed advantage, and sail the fastest course and shorter course to the upwind mark.
Well, certainly interesting. According to the tracker, a definite gain on the left side. with the boats sailing on starboard. That's Value Allegra potentially through Gladiator, and the boats to weather seem to be dropping in slightly to the boats to leeward, i.e. Alpha Plus perhaps now dropping into Value, but Gladiator elected to tack in the middle of the course, or we'll see it just in a second, but they're jousting a little bit with Allegra. Allegra second to furthest out to the left, along with Value, but things changing a little bit. I think the geometry of the course not quite right on the tracker perhaps. The Gladiator just as much as anything keeping an eye on Sled behind them. Platoon now behind Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. On board with the Gladiator, just Chris Hosking. Kind of the eyes and ears for Guiget and Tony Langley, I think. Coming back, you can see on board with the Gladiator, just thinking about tacking, holding on for a moment. Chriso winding the runner on, keeping the power on. Just getting a little bit more height. And the escort from Quantum on the main. They're just sitting forward of Guiget. And it seems to be Chris Hosking who's doing most of the commentary, watching the breeze round and about. So most of the time I think they're concerned about where Sled and Platoon are, and just now they have over 200 metres in hand over Sled. So Louise, it's looking pretty good for Gladiator in this race, extending their lead in the championship.
Andy, I agree with you. It looks again that Gladiator is fast enough to sail their own style here through the race, and I think now they just tack back to stay a little bit in a covering position with Sled, so that they have it a little bit better under control. And just before on the tracking we have seen Value and Alpha Plus crossing, or actually tacking in front of Value, so Value had to tack out again, go more to the left side, but these boats were pretty even, so they're quite close together, all of them. And now Value is coming from the right side, looks a little bit more behind than the other two boats here from the left. But yeah, I think Gladiator can be a happy boat at the moment. Things are under control for them, and they just try to go faster and concentrate on themselves.
In the meantime, there's a little battle at 9th and 10th between Quantum and Platoon Aviation, not where you'd expect to see them. On board briefly with Platoon Aviation, seeing Quantum below them and squeezing up. Not the kind of match race you want to be involved with, considering where they are in the fleet, and both of them all the time thinking about the circuit championship as well. And in the end, Harm and the team having to tack off from that position. And of course Alpha Plus and Value 7th and 8th on the leaderboard. So that rivalry extends in terms of positioning on the leaderboard as well. 44 points to Alpha Plus, 46 points to Value. And it's that old kind of rivalry where Alpha Plus would very much like to put one over on the team which won the last regatta. Indeed, looking at the projections just now, there'll be 3 points between them going into the next race, but all the time we're remembering it's potentially a 3-race day. On board with Value as Alpha Plus go in front of them and tack. Italy. Value have to respond as Alpha Plus cross. Well, actually Alpha Plus haven't tacked on top of them as yet. So it's going to be all about this second run for Sean and Tina Kang's team. Can they hang in there and put a win on the board for the first time in 2024? They have only about 30-40 metres in hand over Value. In terms of afterguards, well, it's Tom Burton with that Olympic laser gold medalist. Nick Rogers, two silvers in the 470. So waiting at the windward mark, Louise, how's it looking from the windward mark? Allegra and Gladiator look close.
Andy, we had a great match. Yeah, we had a great match between Alpha Plus and Value. All these two boats are over the ley line for the little security mark, so they all reached down now. They actually gave meters away, so Gladiator came very close to them now. And yeah, so I think now they're just passing the security mark and they can go up again on upwind to go towards the upwind mark. They gave some meters there away, so opened the door to Gladiator, who is actually really much on attacking mode here. And we'll see what happens. Now they would tack soon to starboard, Andy.
Indeed, in this situation then they have to wait for Alpha Plus to go. Alpha Plus won't go too early. In the meantime, Gladiator then ending up behind Allegra. So again for Allegra, lost to Gladiator, but it's a single point. And all the time, their main rivals for the world title are at this point still Sled and Platoon, who are quite a long way behind them. But in the end, Alpha Plus get round with a little bit of a lead over Value. Then it's Allegra then up to third, intensifying their challenge for the podium after all. Had that horrible day yesterday with a 10 in the 9. Gladiator up or down to fourth. Then Interlodge. Then looking like it'll be Paprec next. Platoon and Quantum linked together. Now we watch this because Platoon look to be in a little tender ley line with Quantum above them, and we Paprec round next. Harm having to work hard again, I think. Louise trying to get round that mark. A little bit more breathing room this time.
Yes, so they could just all around the mark, but how close was that again? So that was close to wall. All these boats that would have killed the wind for them, and then they would have been making the mark. Now Phoenix is the last boat squeezing around these upwind mark, and now all these boats get ready for their last downwind of this race.
Yeah, penalty for Quantum, I think. Vasco calling the penalty with Quantum too close to them at the top mark, or approach to the top mark. Quantum just having got themselves up to 8th, Sled in 9th, and Phoenix in 10th. So there we are around the offset mark. Everybody lining up, coming away on starboard. The exception being, I think, Sled. But really, Luis, it's such a fine balance at that top mark. You can't afford to give away a metre, but you also can't afford to be coming in too shy on ley line and getting stuck at the mark, as we saw. Well, certainly saw Platoon giving away a little bit in the last windward mark, but this time Quantum we heard a call
And
for
I absolutely agree with you. And you can really see these boats fighting here for every meter and for every boat. I haven't seen this the last days so extreme as today, how much they're fighting for every boat and how willing they also go into every fight.
Indeed. It's, like I say, you can't afford to give anything away. Meantime, Alpha Plus hanging in there. They, you'd imagine, will match value move for move. Meantime, Alpha Plus's advantage just now is that Allegre are trying to blanket value and steal their wind. Now that may be to Gladiator's advantage, Louise. Maybe the chance for a Gladiator to rise up and sail over or get back at Allegre. Allegre also being blanketed now by Gladiator. Just a little bit. So this has to be to Alpha Plus's advantage to a certain extent. They have clear air for the moment.
Absolutely, Andy. You can see Gladiator here really trying to attack. They try to sail a little bit higher and faster than Allegre. That also push Allegre a little bit up. Allegre is then pushing Vayu up, and Alpha Plus is just having enough advantage and meters in front to not getting too involved in this little fight we here see of the leading group. And Gladiator is kind of having these boats under control, because if one of these boats jibes, Gladiator will jibe on top of them and will give them bad wind. So Gladiator is in a quite strong position here, and Alpha Plus as well. And maybe Vayu and Allegro are a little bit more nervous. Here, as I'm speaking about, Allegro is rolling into that jibe, and Gladiator immediately follows.
So Gladiator could take the advantage here. The big question for Alpha Plus is whether they carry on or leave these three boats. So the interesting point there as well is that, well, Platoon were ahead of Sled momentarily out on that left side, but let's see how that plays out. But in the meantime, the projections still have a 3-point lead for Gladiator. So it gained 2 places or 2 points from this race ahead of Sled. Platoon Aviation on 39 to Allegra's 41. So for sure that the third step in the podium is far from secure. As I said before, Alpha Plus not far from the podium as well. But Louise, how do you feel about Alpha Plus's decision to carry on out to that right side, splitting from the fleet with their race lead? What do you think of their move?
Andy, I think it was the right decision. I think it was the right decision so far from Alpha Plus, because they recognized, or they saw, that these 3 boats behind them were a little bit in a fight, and the more clean wind Alpha Plus can get here, the faster they can sail and the more meters their lead will be later for the finish, because now they are on their jibe to the finish line actually already. So I'm not sure if Alpha Plus can already lay the finish. Maybe they need to do another more jibe, but they got all the clean air and they're staying out of the fight of the 3 boats behind them while still having them under control. So I think that was a nice move here of Tom Burton, the tactician.
Indeed, certainly seemed to be nicely set up. And going quite quick with a nice angle. Bows forward on Vayu to their left. Real mix of nationalities on board the Alpha Plus, not just Hong Kong, Sean Kang from Hong Kong, but Kiwis, Australians, Canadians, Bowman, Ryan Valina Betonio from the Philippines, and Big Phil Clapp, the powerhouse grinder. And the aft grinder, Craig Monk, Olympic medalist. With 2 America's Cup wins to his credit. However, let's see whether they can hang in there. On board with their main rivals, Vayu now 8.8 knots. Helmsman Don Whitcraft. Just monitoring their angles, just working the boat, the dynamics. Fascinating race. In the meantime, Sled are up in 5th. For the meantime, potentially ahead of Gladiator. Whether that stays the case. And if that were to be the case, then Gladiator and Sled would be tied on points, of course. Now this is fascinating, really. Considering Gladiator were 3rd at the top mark, have lost Allegra at that top mark and the top mark approach. Maybe things unravelling very slightly for Gladiators. They get into the fleet. In general, their strategy has been to keep clear, keep out of trouble and let the boat do the work. Keep it super simple, but at the moment they're in the fleet and behind Allegra. Platoon coming in from that left side. And this could be potentially a very, very close finish. And as Louise said, I think Alpha Plus's move, because they could, they could keep clear of the traffic, is quite a smart move. To a greater or lesser degree, so too Vayu leading this group. Louise, Gladiator just a little bit vulnerable in their position. Chasing down Allegra. Interlodge.
Andy, I agree with you. I agree with you, Andy. And as we were going downwind, the wind started to get a little bit more unstable. So Alpha Plus actually had a little bit less wind than the other boats who jibed earlier. So let's see if it's still enough for a cross, Andy.
Let's see. It's very, very close, but Value, these are the conditions they like, in particular the lighter breeze. Allegra, I feel, going very, very well, considering they were 6th at the top mark first time up. I would say this race is quite open, although Alpha Plus, with the advantage of coming across on a hotter angle. So this could be the first race win this season for Sean and Tina Kang's team from Hong Kong, approaching the finish line, but it's going to be super close. So through the finish line then, Alpha Plus in first. Their first win this season. Through second is Value. Next through then in the end is Allegra. Allegra through, and then Gladiator getting 4th, I think, in the end. A good word for them. Platoon coming in 5th potentially. Paprec coming in at speed, potentially stealing 6th, but let's see that one. Interlodge actually getting 5th. Platoon gets 6th according to the virtual. Sled 7th. Then Quantum, I think 9th. And Phoenix, the tracker, is really struggling to catch that finish, unfortunately. But in the end, good for Gladiator. Just hanging in there just behind Allegra, but the key thing is they have Sled, I think, 3 boats behind, and Platoon behind them as well. So Gladiator for sure hanging on to their regatta lead after this first race of the final day. But really, what a close finish, Louise. Everything happening. And all credit, though, to Alpha Plus then, the team from Hong Kong. Best result so far this week has been their 3 5th places. Really consistent start to the regatta, and then finishing up with that first. Nice rivalry with Value, and they extend their lead over Value. So Sled gets 7th. Yeah. So for sure, then there's your positions at Alpha Plus, Value, Allegra, Gladiator. Gladiator get 4th. And in the end, they're 3 places ahead of Sled and 2 places ahead of Platoon. So they will consolidate or strengthen their lead at the top of the table. Gladiator 3rd at the top mark, finishing up in 4th. So really, in the end, a pretty solid display. They had some nervous moments coming down that final run in the mix, in the battle with Allegra. Interlodge coming on the left side. So Gladiator hold their nerves and will go into the second race of the day with their lead extended. Tough one for Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. A little bit of credit due to Platoon Aviation getting up to 6th, considering they had their that penalty to do. That should keep them in contention, and though battling with Allegra now for the 3rd step on the podium, but potentially still 2 races to go. Louise, that was a close finish. Great credit to Alpha Plus, but Gladiator in the end extending their lead by a couple of points.
Yes, absolutely, Andy. I think we've seen so many position changes in this race. It was excited until the finish line. I really also liked the match we saw between Alpha Plus and Vayu, and then also Sled. When you remember how they were rounding the last upwind mark, and then what a comeback they make over their downwind side. So exciting until the finish. And I think now Gladiator having a little bigger gap to Sled will make their life probably a little bit easier. Maybe they're a little bit more relaxed now on their boat, but they didn't seem to stress. What was your impression, Andy?
I don't think they were too stressed. I think when they got into the fleet and were passed by Allegra, then I think the nerves started to show a little bit then. You could see Bruno Zorilli, the navigator, just really monitoring the angles and all the boats round about, keeping the rest of the afterguard, the decision makers, updated all the time. But in the end, they held their nerves and came away extending their lead to 4 points. So there we go. The standings after 8 of potentially 10 races. Gladiator leading on 28 points. Second is Sled on 32. Platoon Aviation on 38. They have 2 points in hand over Allegra. Allegra pulling away with that third really good result for them, keeping them in contention for the podium. Alpha Plus, that race win brings them up to 5th. I'm absolutely sure if they finish today in 5th in the middle of the table, they'd be super happy. And Vayu now 3 points behind Alpha Plus in 6th place. Phoenix in 7th, tied on points with Vayu. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, well, they were 6th this morning, dropping to 8th with that 9th place. They need to finish with 2 good, strong results now. Paprec dropping to 9th, and Interlodge, the home team, on 10th place with a pretty solid 5th place. But that's the standings at the moment. So Gladiator will go into the what we consider the penultimate race, race 9 of the series, with a 4-point lead, having done the business largely in that race. So I think we'll take a little bit of a break to regroup, to recalibrate our heart rates, and we'll see you again in a few minutes.
Palm Beach Motor Yachts is proud to support the ROLEX TP52 World Championship. The competitive spirit and drive for excellence is at the heart of all Palm Beach Motor Yachts. It's a privilege to showcase our 2 flagship models, the beautiful Palm Beach 70 and the exhilarating Palm Beach GT60, built using our proprietary V-Warp technology, delivering class-leading speed, performance, and unrivaled fuel efficiency. Experience a true yachtsman's powerboat. PalmBeachMotorYachts.com.
locked in my head, romanticizing forever. Last love I found, knees met the ground and all my roses died. Swore I was through, but looking at you, I think I changed my mind. Yeah, let's fall in love for the fun of it. Diving at first into all of it. Oh, what a rush looking into your eyes, playing it off like it's different this time. Let's break our own hearts for the fun of it. One look and I'm dying to run the risk. I'll live in your head for the rest of your life. Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? My God, don't we look good together? I should be running away, but so what, whatever. Oh, last love I found, knees met the ground and all my roses died. Swore I was through, but looking at you, I think I changed my mind. Yeah, let's fall in love for the fun of it. Diving at first into all of it. Oh, what a rush looking into your eyes, playing it off like it's different this time. Let's break our own hearts for the fun of it. One look and I'm dying to run the risk. I'll live in your head for the rest of your life. Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? You're a bad idea. Oh, but every time I see you, all reason and logic cut their losses. Yeah, let's fall in love for the fun of it. Diving at first
racing a spec at the top of the world. ROLEX TP52 World Champion.
They win the World Championship title for the third time on the final run.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
Well, a high-pressure day here in the final day of the Rolex TP52 World Championship, and Gladiator doing best under pressure. They picked their side. It wasn't necessarily the best side on that right of the first upwind of the first race of the day, but they did limit their losses. Vayu and Alpha Plus doing best from the left side. Alpha Plus getting their first race win of the season and extending their little lead in their little battle with Vayu. But at the top of the table then, Gladiator leading by 4 points ahead of Sled. Sled ending up with the 7th place, 1 place up on, 1 place behind the Platoon. Platoon really struggled, got a penalty in the early stages of that race, or the first upwind, and just tacking too close to Quantum, I think it was. But really an unforced error for them in that respect. But Gladiator, the most consistent, and henceforth going into the second race of the day with a 4-point lead. Louise, how are the conditions looking, and what are your thoughts on the battle between the top three?
Andy, so the conditions are looking like before. We have 9 to 11 knots from the southwest and stable conditions more or less. Some oscillation, so long shifts that would mean. So you really have to focus on start and your boat speed. And I think we have such an interesting situation here between the two top boats and the other boats. It would pretty much depend on how many more races we would do. If it would stay for only this race for today, then it would be between Gladiator and Sled who can decide the world title for them. But if we would do this third race, then it's way more open and way more option on who can be the winner.
Indeed, at the moment the upper hand is with Gladiator. Went into the race with a lead of 1 point. It's now 4 points. Sled are 6 points up on Platoon, and Platoon are 2 points up on Allegra. So Allegra came back nicely in that race to get that third. Let's see how the fleet shapes up. Gladiator generally have started at one end of the line or the other, even though I think they're pretty confident in their speed. And in the last race we saw Platoon pushing the risk on the start line a little bit more. But 1 minute to go. Looking like Vayu in their customary position, or most left side of the group, along with Allegra, Quantum setting up for the middle. Now remember, they were over the start line. Now they really just need to impose themselves off the line. They clearly have speed when they get clear. But in general, the fleet gravitating towards the committee boat end of the line. Vayu more towards the left with Allegra and Quantum. We're not just 10 seconds to go. It's all about the final speed build. Quantum just being a little bit more conservative this time. Nobody's, I don't think anybody over the line this time. Final seconds, and there we go. All clear, Maria, our principal race officer, tells us. So Vayu at the most pin end boat, but not really hitting the a line on the gun, just a couple of seconds late. That gives the slight advantage to Allegra, who are just to windward of them. Better start, Louise, this time from Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Look like they may have a little bit of a tickle out to this left side this time.
Yes, absolutely, Andy. So Quantum Racing has a nice gap to leeward to Allegra. So now they can really focus on their own mode. They can finally make their own decisions. So great start here from Quantum Racing. And I think Gladiator was a little bit late for the start. I was at the pennant, but I've just seen them immediately checking out. So they might have not been able to make it in the race committee there. So they're going now to the very right side and don't really have an option anymore to look for sled.
Indeed, Gladiator a little bit deep off the start line. Quantum are our early leaders. They've got pace off the line this time. They've got a good position. They've got given themselves options in the middle of the group, and they actually are sailing quite nice and high. The biggest threat to them just now is probably actually Allegra to leeward of them. Just trying to pick up where Sled are. Sled to windward of the main group. Platoon also tacking out to the early right. Didn't get the best of starts. So from the left, Vayu, Allegra, Quantum, Phoenix, Interlodge, Sled as they are just the weather of that group. Then Paprec are the most right hand of the left hand group. Then going out to the right, we've got Alpha Plus, we've got Platoon, and way out to the right, Gladiator. So as Louise said, I think Gladiator just a little bit late on the line. Didn't quite see that, but they're for sure profiting out on that right side as they did in the previous race. And our early leaders in this race 9. So Allegra and Quantum doing best on this left side, Louise.
And yes, so I'm going up here on the left side, just leeward of Vayu. So I'm at the left side here. Looks great here. On the race before, the left side was the side that had the final shift into the upward mark and was the leading side. Quite extreme move, to be honest, here from Gladiator. They're really pushing the risk, making that split with Sled, because if this is the last race of today, then there will be only Sled who can take the world title away from them. If we do another race, then there will be more options. But we know that Gladiator likes pushing risk, and they are in first position, so they might know more than I do here, Andy.
That's possible, just possible, but yeah, as you rightly point out, 10 points between Gladiator and Platoon, and Gladiator at the moment more or less at least guaranteed a place on the podium. But in terms of timing, it's 1:30 just now. We should be finished by 2:30. Our critical time is 3:30 from what I remember for the last warning signal of the day. And so we should be able to get a third race in. But in the meantime, the early battle is between Gladiator way out in that right side and Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, more towards the middle of the course. We've got 6 boats on port chasing Gladiator. Allegra going very nicely, just the weather of Vayu. Vayu, as I said, just didn't get their bows in front of Allegra off the line, just a couple of seconds late. That's kind of costing them just now. Sled, as Louise said, the nearest challengers to Gladiator are 6 places behind. So all in all, Louise, things looking good for Gladiator.
Andy, so yes, at the moment things are looking brilliant for Gladiator. They're alone, they're on the right side, going fast. They were higher and faster the other races, so they probably just want to take advantage out of their super strength to go fast in these conditions. But I would be maybe a little bit nervous, but these guys are way cooler than me on that boat, so maybe they're not as nervous as I am. But I think I really like the approach also of quantum racing, starting with more options and being fast. And I think it will be again about this final shift going into the upwind mark. And I think at the moment it's quite difficult to say what side will have this final shift. So let's be a bit patient and wait until the end to understand what side will be in front. Alirica is now also following the other boats. They're really good in risk management. And now we will see a cross coming soon, and a first image when Platoon, we can see it on the tracking, will come towards quantum racing.
Indeed, it's all about minimising the mistakes, watching Platoon and Quantum Racing converging. I think Quantum probably ahead, but on port. Platoon, once again, the two boats are close to each other. And Gladiator still pushing out to that right side. We've seen this many times with Gladiator, very happy to do their own thing, put their faith in the speed of the boat, and as much as anything, minimise the number of manoeuvres over the course of the upwind. If they feel they can get into the top mark and the top two, top three, they'd be happy. But Alpha Plus, previous race winners, also going well. Alpha Plus next boat to the left with the Gladiator, and in fact Gladiator just tacking now, just probably a minute under ley line. But it's fascinating racing really in this fleet at this point. These little private battles. Alpha Plus in value, you know, this time last season, with the greatest of respect to them, often finding themselves tussling at the back of the fleet. Now, certainly top third of the fleet, and at the moment, Alpha Plus looking to put another good result on the board after winning that race. So at max height on board the Value there. Projected points after this race, well, Gladiator looking pretty solid, hence the reason they're perhaps taking that little bit of a risk. But it would also be good to see Quantum put a good result, a good final day together, although they did come away with that 9th in the first race. So then looking at Gladiator coming back on board. Not seeing so much sunshine today, Louise. A little bit overcast.
Yes, Andy, it's a little bit grey out here. I'm also wearing my jacket. First day I'm actually wearing it. We had such a hot, humid week, especially in the beginning. And there were forecasts who said that the wind can go up to 16 knots. We would need a sea breeze for that. I don't really see how this sea breeze can develop today, so that we would need some more sunshine for it. So I think the conditions will stay like this, but great conditions out here for racing on these beautiful TP52s. They're full powered up, 8 to 11 knots. And these boats are just great in these conditions. You have shifts they can play with. It's not that they just go in one corner or that there's a boundary or anything. There's really options here, and it's tight and tactical close racing, Andy.
Indeed, just watching at the moment in particular Sled and Allegri and Platoon. The way things are just now, it's becoming a little bit of a battle for second, third and fourth places. Remember, Allegri just 2 points behind Platoon on the standings at the moment, 4 places ahead on the water, so Allegri might yet finish on the podium. Victor Mourinho just pointing to Interlodge coming at them, I think. So there's our projected points standing, and of course all the time, and we're not really focusing on it as it is the World Championship, but if you take a second to look at the circuit title chase, the overalls are very, very interesting. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, came into the regatta with a 9-point lead, and they certainly don't have that anymore. So they're doing their best at the moment in second, behind the Gladiator. A little interesting aside. Gladiator, Quantum and Value, top 3 last month at the XS 52 Super Series Trophy Regatta, all powered by Quantum. The question there for the Gladiators, whether they go on Quantum, whether they attack with them. Allegri coming up in from the left. Louise, how's it shaping up at the windward mark? I'm imagining you're probably up there.
Andy, I'm at the windward mark and it looks so close, everything. Oh wow, these boats are will all arrive at the same time, it looks like. I think Gladiator will be in front. They just undertacked Quantum Racing pretty close here. Quantum Racing had to head up, but now they're on ley line, and yes, they're sailing to the upwind mark, and this is all so close together, Andy. I think we will see some exciting situation here.
Indeed, the top 2 boats, both pro drivers, Guiget, as we've said many times before, one of the best pro helms in the fleet, if not the best pro helm in the fleet at the moment. Just seeing Value having to go behind Platoon. Protest on Value from Platoon. Allegri coming in there on port. Just drifting in, looking to find a little slender ley line inside Quantum. In some respects brave, Louise, considering what happened to them yesterday, but they should be okay. In that line, you're just always starved of wind pressure. Anyway, Gladiator round in first. Allegri and Quantum second and third. Platoon getting another penalty. Attacking too close coming in, I guess. So the curse of the penalties for Platoon, what cost them so much in the early stages of last season. Alpha Plus round in third, Paprec fourth, Allegri fifth, Sled sixth, Phoenix, and that penalty Louise putting Allegra back in the driving seat in terms of third place. Sled round in 6. So Louise, yes, a penalty for Platoon. That's really not what they want to be getting at this stage, having got one in the previous race. Whoa. Vasco very upset.
Yes, Andy, and I think they were all arriving at this. Absolutely, I think pressure is on that Platoon Aviation boat at the moment. They were doing great, and it seems like today they might push a little bit too hard, but they also have to push very hard, so it's so tough to find that balance between over pushing and being exactly right. But also the other boats, I was pretty nervous seeing Allegra again coming so shy on ley line and making that shoot up to round the mark. We remember yesterday the situation where they unfortunately got stuck at the mark, but now luckily they made it. And I'm so surprised about Gladiator. These guys are just whipping. We've seen them tacking out to the right side all by themselves. Happy life, happy faces, coming back on starboard, crossing the fleet. They have a great speed, and if you're faster than everyone else, you have a very, very happy life.
Indeed, the French talk about a state of grace where you can hardly, sometimes you feel like you can't do anything wrong, but looking at Tony Langley just now, he seems pretty relaxed. Be a good World Championship win for Simon Fry there in the middle of the boat, the British trimmer. Used to sail with Guiget on Azzurra. Battle between Allegra and Quantum coming down this run. Quantum in front, they were overlapped at the top mark. So there you see the distance that Gladiator are ahead of Quantum and Allegra. So approaching 1/3 of the way down the run probably. 3 boats which have jibed off early. Paprec jibed first, Phoenix jibed second, and Interlodge third. They are 5th, 8th and 9th. Sled looking for something in 6th place. Gladiator happy to lead off with their jibe. Quantum going on just a little bit longer. So Gladiator's World Championship lead is really quite significant. With a 7 or 8 point lead going into the final race, they really just would need to be safe, but that doesn't seem to be in their lexicon really. They like to push hard and take a certain amount of risk, but spoken to Guiget many times over the course of the last 2 seasons. Often seen them, as I say, doing their own thing, concentrating on sailing the boat through the numbers and not getting involved with the boat for boat stuff. Maybe Paprec over on that left side looked to be quite quick. But Quantum Racing having a better race. Pushing hard, going well on this right side downwind, Louise.
Andy, I'm just leeward here of Quantum Racing, and they actually are in a quite good position now. So Gladiator and Allegra jibed out earlier that allowed Quantum Racing to continue, sail their own mode, sail fast, and get more to the outside of the race course. Whilst the other two boats, so Gladiator and Allegro, who were around them, need to compromise their mode a little bit now, and they have a little bit less wind because they disturb their winds. So I think it's now the time for Quantum Racing to really push, sail fast, and take the biggest advantage they can out of this door they got opened there by being able to continue alone here to this side.
But yeah, the battle just now actually looks to be between Paprec and Quantum on either side of the Gladiator. Gladiator caught in the French-American sandwich. But Quantum going quick on a fast angle. But it's very close. It's all about angles coming into the leeward gate, Louise, isn't it? Who's got the most wind pressure? What would you say compared to the pros and cons for Quantum, Gladiator and Paprec coming into this leeward gate?
Andy, so I'm almost at the leeward gate now, and we have some gusts over the race course slowly coming down, and it's quite unpredictable to see or to understand where this gust will be first. So I think it's kind of open. You always need to wait until you actually have another cross or get a comparison with another boat to understand if it pays off or not. But one thing for sure, it's great to sail alone and to sail your own mode. And I think this is also how the French boat gained a lot, and how we will see here Quantum Racing actually for me it looks like that they made some gains sailing all alone here. So great work from these two boats.
Yeah, we saw Paprec just crossing behind Gladiator and in front of Allegre. Quantum quite far out to the right, but should go in. Will Quantum get in without jibing, Louise?
Andy, I think Quantum Racing probably needs to do another jibe.
Yeah.
It also depends on what side they want to pick for the upwind. So I think I would go again to the left upwind side. That worked great for them. Only Gladiator was able to come out from the right side. So they might jibe again to take that mark, but maybe they can also go to the gate without another jibe. It depends a little bit on what Victor Diaz de Leon, the tactician, and Evan Snow, the strategist, saw for the next upwind.
Also will depend on how the leading three boats come in from the left side of the downwind. We've got Gladiator, Allegre, Alpha Plus all quite close on that left side. Quantum coming in on port. But they seem to be quite quick, Louise. Gaining on this jibe, I would say, relative to Gladiator.
Andy, I agree with you. They're flying. They're sailed here alone, sailing fast. Good work on that boat. And I think now, if they also want to manage a little bit better the traffic, they will probably go into another jibe and round the other mark. Yes, so as I'm speaking about, they're jibing to take, if you look downwind, to take their right-hand mark.
I think they're listening to you, Louise.
So then they're all free to go to the left side of the upwind.
Indeed, but Quantum Racing and the Gladiator now bow to bow, I would say, coming into the leeward gate. Quantum have got a little bit more pace, and I would say will lose less speed, though potentially sailing a little bit more distance to the left mark. This is a really nice call from Quantum. Gladiator going for a nice drop, really sweet. And Paprec coming in late. Paprec have got a long way to go round with the handbrake on. But in the end, I would have Quantum round just ahead of Gladiator. But unfortunately, Quantum running into some wake, just bouncing. Patrick round, I would say, in third, Allegra fourth. Patrick, though, unfortunately, as I said, coming round with the handbrake on, coming out of the mark very slowly. Alpha Plus on the other mark with the Phoenix. But for me, Louise, Quantum Racing, the leaders now on this race. No panic for Gladiator by any stretch of the imagination. They have Sled 4 places behind and Platoon Aviation in 10th just now. So potentially Allegra taking over the, there we go.
Yeah,
just the projected points table, Louise, just for 1 second. Gladiator leading on 31, Sled 35, Allegra 45, Platoon Aviation on 48 just now, and Quantum moving up to 5th on also on 48. Alpha Plus is 6th and 51. So sorry, Louise, go ahead.
I think it's great that we just saw this provisional leaderboard, and yeah, Quantum Racing isn't really a threat anymore for the world title. Let's see what will happen if there's another race. You never quite know, Andy, because all these boats are so close together. But you definitely also see now that Quantum doesn't want to give this win of that race away anymore. So they immediately tacked, once they had a free lane, to cover the other boats. So they don't let the French boat that made that massive gain on the downwind and Gladiator off the hook anymore, I think.
No, indeed, but it's so close in the kind of 3rd to 8th position just now, or 3rd to 8th position. They're super close. Quick look at Sled there, potentially making a little bit of a gain on this upwind. Sled have got out to the left on the upwind. Now on the second race in the same kind of conditions, second race of the regatta, Sled made a gain from 8th to 2nd on exactly the same position. Out on the left side, we're seeing a little lift for them. So maybe Sled can pull themselves back into contention at just the right time. But Gladiator in a position where they can certainly cover if they need to. But for the moment, the race lead is with Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. Sled attacking on the left. What's your thoughts on Sled on this left side, Louise?
Andy, I like the left side. I'm going up here on the left side together with Sled, and they look good here. It looks like that they can point a little bit higher, but we also know that Gladiator is really fast in these conditions. But also Sled, isn't that? We have seen it yesterday. I think these were the 2 fastest boats on the racetrack. So possibly Sled can make some gains here, and they definitely have enough leverage now. So they definitely push the risk enough to, if they have a gain, to make it.
Indeed. Gladiator out on that right side, quite far to leeward of Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, as Louise just talking about the leverage. Just take a couple of degrees of gain for Sled to close distance on Gladiator. But great racing, great conditions. Alpha Plus hanging in there in the kind of middle of the fleet. They're being bounced off by Allegre. Pretty disappointing day it's going to be for Platoon, considering once again they got themselves up to third. Had two consecutive penalties, Louise. You can't afford that, can you?
No, unfortunately that's really painful, and it's such a hard trade-off between pushing the risk and actually over pushing the risk. And I think unfortunately that happened a little bit to them. But yeah, that's about finding the balance, and they want to go for a win because this is the World Championship, so it's not about finishing second or third. No, you really want to make sure you win this event, so sometimes you need to take that risk. And yeah, I think in this high competitive class, all the boats so close together, sometimes it works out well and sometimes you have to pay for it, Andy. So a little bit painful at the moment here for Platoon Aviation, but they still have time to fight back.
They do, but they've got a mountain to climb just now in ninth. Their nearest rivals for third place on the podium, Allegre, are 4 places ahead. And it's going to be tough for Platoon to pull back and even get third. So Dirk de Ridder, double America's Cup winner. Their long history in the 52 class goes way back to winning the Med Cup with Peter de Ridder. But Quantum and Gladiator are a little bit more locked together. Paprec pushing hard on the right side. And Paprec just ahead of Allegre. So potentially then Quantum's first race win of the regatta. Won 3 races here last month. Indeed, went into the last day, I think, with a 9-point lead, something like that. Don't want to be reminded of that, but they have no problems winning races. They won 3 last month in Newport, won 2 in Palma, and finished second, just 2 points behind Provezza. On board quickly with Gladiator. Their call just now, just monitoring a boat to leeward. It should be a Paprec. Gladiator pulling back to Quantum a little bit, getting out to this left side. Whether they find the port tack lift coming in, let's find out. They're just tacking now, Louise.
Andy, so I'm on the way to the upward mark and I can't really see yet who will cross who, but it will be a tight cross, and Quantum Racing has an advantage in that cross. They're on starboard, so they're right of way. So if Gladiator can cross in front on port, amazing for Gladiator, but if Gladiator has to dip behind them, then they're in second position. Still amazing place and enough to keep their hands on that world title.
Indeed, they have
4 boats between them and sled. But yes, there's a great shot of the cross. Just sailing a little bit low just to keep the speed up as they go in for the tack. Quick tack for them as they chase Quantum just up to weather, getting a weather position on Quantum. You can see Allegra and sled not far behind. It's still going to be pretty tight at this top mark in the 4th, let's say 4th to 7th places. This is the final top mark of the race. Second windward mark, race, second race of the day. And final approach. Quantum leading in on the starboard tatlay line. Gladiator, Paprec, Allegra. Paprec coming in on port. Quantum, good ley line called, quite comfortable. So Quantum are interesting in having only female navigator in the fleet, Louise.
Yes, I think it's great to see more females in the TP52 class. So Evelyn is the only female navigator, and then we also have Tina Plattner, the only female helm on Phoenix, and that's amazing to see girls racing out here.
Did it anyway. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, coming around the top mark with the lead. They probably have 2-3 boat lengths over Gladiator. The Gladiator backing up their 4th place in that previous race with a 2nd at the moment. Paprec doing a lovely job in 3rd. Made that gain down the run. Allegra in 4th. Now Platoon trying to under tack and coming in late to the windward mark. Interesting call there, Louise. We'll talk about that in a second, but Alpha Plus round after Allegra. God almighty. Sled round next, and really Platoon in the end do quite a good job. So Quantum, Gladiator, Paprec, Allegra, Alpha Plus, then Sled, then Platoon and Phoenix. And Interlodge unfortunately down in 10th just now. As we go into this final run of the penultimate race of the day, we think. So Louise, Quantum Racing leading Gladiator and Paprec down this side of the course. A couple of boats jibed earlier, them being Sled in particular, lying in 7th place. Also Platoon jibing early.
Andy, so I think most of the boats actually jibed early because we had a little bit of a right shift coming here into the upwind mark. So they always try to sail the most direct course to the marks, and if the wind has turned right, it's good for them to jibe, and that's actually nice for Quantum Racing to be able to lead out that jibe now. So Gladiator is following them, and also Paprec is following them. So no big threat really for them now. Same for Gladiator. These two boats now trying to sail as fast as they can and wait, or at least Gladiator has to wait for Quantum Racing to make a mistake. But I don't think Quantum Racing will allow this. They would try to keep it easy, make the simple things right, and then sail towards the finish on the next jibe for this last downwind.
Indeed, things looking pretty good for Allegra too, in terms of finishing on the podium here, although we're fully expecting a second race. Allegra finished 6th in Palma, 5th here last month, so a third for them would be a positive result. Things moving in the direction of the brand new boat this season. Phoenix just now in 7th in the regatta. Good day for them yesterday with that 3rd and 1st places. But working way out to this right side, trying to find some extra wind pressure. So I think at this stage Gladiator very happy to just pursue Quantum down the run, try and keep their air clear. Same applies to Paprec. But a good result for Quantum will move them up the leaderboard from 8th at the moment. After that 9th place in the first race, they were in 48, albeit tied with Value Phoenix. This will vault them above certainly these two boats. So Tony Langley and Chris O'Hosking just evaluating the situation going down this final run of race 9, looking like for the first time this season potentially, I maybe speak too soon, but potentially getting a full 10 race program, something we didn't achieve in Palma late April, early May, nor indeed 1 month ago here. So in the end, Quantum, Gladiator and Paprec probably fairly evenly spaced, about 100 metres or so between each. And round about another 80 or 90 metres back to Allegra Sled in 5th. So Sled just not able to get themselves up to the level, get off the start line and find any early advantage. Coming back into races very slightly, but 7th at the top mark, first time round, getting up to 5th, so yes, they've taken a couple of places. But really not a World Championship winning performance. Clearly a little bit of tension on board Platoon Aviation. A little bit of wind pressure as well. As to come out of the jibe in 7th place. However, they do have pulled back a couple of places down this run. So Platoon's next victim, shall we say, would be Alpha Plus. But they have over 100 metres to try and gain coming down this final run. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, really extended down this run, Louise.
Andy, so I'm at the finish line now, and yes, I think Quantum Racing, if we remember, they were rounding this upwind mark probably with a 2 boat lengths lead, and now it looks more like a 5 boat lengths lead at least, so even more, can't really see from my perspective, but that means that these guys were really sailing fast here downwind. Great work by their speed team, and in combination with their young new afterguard, this is a great job for them. But also Gladiator matching here all the time. It's just amazing to see these boats out here racing, and I think it's so great that they're all so close together. It's amazing to watch.
It does indeed, but it's also very close for the podium positions. But Gladiator and Paprec going head to head coming into the finish line. There's really nothing in it between the British boat and the French boat. That'll be one to watch, but for the moment, Platoon and Allegra fighting for the third step of the podium. But I think we're pretty sure at 2:15 local time, we should have time for a third race. The only kind of variable that we sometimes see is teams asking for a technical delay. But these are not conditions that should prompt any kind of technical failures. And indeed then Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, from the New York Yacht Club, coming through the finish line in the end with quite a comfortable win. It's going to be about 150 metres ahead of Gladiator. Paprec, I think, will make it for third, sailing wider to come in faster at the finish line. But all credit then to Victor Diaz de Leon and the team on Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, getting their first win here this week, I think. Best score second in that good day. They had a 3 and a 2 one day on the day 2. Gladiator will be quite happy, I think, with second. We've got Paprec just chasing them through the finish line. It's only less than half a boat length. So Paprec through in third and a close third. Coming in next, looking like Alpha Plus will steal the fourth. Then coming in late, Allegra losing out on that left side, looking like Vayu, but in fact Interlodge potentially squeezing in. Alpha Plus get fourth, actually Sled get fifth. Sled getting ahead of Allegra. Interlodge, Platoon actually dropping a place according to our tracker. Coming through the finish line, Phoenix get 9th and Vayu 10th. So that battle for the third step in the podium looks to be pretty tight indeed. There was 2 points in it between Platoon and Allegra in Platoon's favour, and Allegra pulling back 2 places, so they'd probably be tied. But the key thing really for this World Championship, Louise, it's all about Gladiator just now. Can't seem to put a foot wrong, which is a good thing. And you can see Chris Hosking there at the back of the boat, just ready to take down the places and the points. Waiting for Maria Torrijo, our race manager, principal race officer. So just that's what we're hearing. Tony Langley. So there we go. We're just going to do the sums. Just watching on board Tony Langley's Gladiator. Tony just saying we've got quite a lead now. And Chris O'Hosking's at the back of the boat. We can see him on one of our other cameras just telling the team to settle down while he does the sums. But for sure that lead is going to be going into it with 4 points ahead of Sled, and they've just gained another 3, so by very basic maths they should be 7 points ahead going into what will be the final race in a 10-boat fleet. That's a pretty comfortable lead one way or another, Louise. 6, 7 or 8 points, not quite sure exactly, but 10-boat fleet, that's good.
That's a great lead in a 10-boat fleet. I mean, these boats don't have a discard or anything, so that's a very, very good lead and great to see them. And I really love how they're racing. They pick a side, they, according to that, they start at that side and they go for it. They don't get distracted by any other boats going in another direction, and they make it work. Usually they arrive at the first upwind mark in first or second position. This is incredible. They're sailing really fast as well.
So what do they have to do then, Louise? It's just about carrying on doing the same thing.
I think, to be honest, I'm a little bit more nervous sailor than Tony Langley.
You're a little bit more nervous. I think Tony's
I'm
quite...
more of a nervous sailor than Tony. Yeah, Tony is quite chill. I've seen him on that down and I was like, oh man, respect to him being there, having everything under control. So if I would be actually having an eye on Sled, but he seems so cool and confident. I wouldn't be surprised if he does this just the same again, picking his side, where he want to start, picking the corner he want to go to, and probably arrive again in the lead at the upwind mark, Andy.
I think one of the key things, though, has been their starting. There's the points table just now. As I said, 7-point lead going into the last race for Gladiator. Sled are in second place. Platoon Aviation and Allegra tied for third. Then, Allegra on fourth, but tied. Then Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, moving up to fifth on the strength of that race win. Alpha Plus getting a fourth. Really nice finish from them. Came back with confidence and did the job near the finish line to steal that fourth place. Value in seventh. There's now 8 points between Alpha Plus and Value in the little tussle. And Phoenix in 8th, Patrick in 9th, and Interlodge in 10th. So the advantage very, very much is with Gladiator. Sled, I think, can consider themselves contenders for second. I think they can't really be moved at this stage, and I think they'll be happy with second. Platoon Aviation and Allegra say tied on points. And the good thing is Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, moving up the table. But let's have a quick break. Let's restore ourselves in readiness for the big finale. Gladiator going into the final race with a 7-point lead. Stay with it. Stay with us. Can the British team deliver?
Palm Beach Motor Yachts is proud to support the ROLEX TP52 World Championship. The competitive spirit and drive for excellence is at the heart of all Palm Beach Motor Yachts. It's a privilege to showcase our 2 flagship models, the beautiful Palm Beach 70 and the exhilarating Palm Beach GT60, built using our proprietary V-Warp technology, delivering class-leading speed, performance, and unrivaled fuel efficiency. Experience a true yachtsman's powerboat. PalmBeachMotorYachts.com.
Trying to keep it cool while I'm hovering for the kiss. 'Cause I've been eating you like old-fashioned orange slice, sweet like daiquiri with strawberry crushed ice. Know you like a margarita with the hot spice. Love the taste of paradise. No, it fantasizing forever. Last love I found, knees met the ground and all my roses died. Swore I was through, but looking at you, I think I changed my mind. Yeah, let's fall in love for the fun of it. Diving at first and all of it. Oh, what a rush looking into your eyes, playing it off like it's different this time. Let's break our own hearts for the fun of it. One look and I'm dying to run the risk. I'll live in your head for the rest of your life. Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? My God, don't we look good together? I should be running away, but so what, whatever. Oh, last love I found, knees met the ground and all my roses died. Swore I was through, but looking at you, I think I changed my mind. Yeah, let's fall in love for the fun of it. Diving at first and all of it. Oh, what a rush looking into your eyes, playing it off like it's different this time. Let's break our own hearts for the fun of it. One look and I'm dying to run the risk. I'll live in your head for the rest of your life. Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? You're a bad idea. Oh, but every time I see you, all reason and logic cut their losses. Yeah, let's fall in love for the fun of it. Diving at first and all of it. Oh, what a rush looking into your eyes, playing it off like it's different this time. Let's break our own hearts for the fun of it. One look and I'm dying to run the risk. I'll live in your head for the rest of your life. Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine? Oh, won't you be my hopeless Valentine?
Quantum racing is back at the top of the world. ROLEX TP52 World Champion.
They win the World Championship title for the third time on the final run.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
So 4 different teams in the history of the 52 Super Series have won the Rolex or the World Championship. They are Quantum Racing 7 times, Platoon 3 times, Sled once and Ran Racing once. Our Gladiator about to join that elite group of world champions. Well, they have a 7-point lead going into this race ahead of Sled. Platoon and Allegra tied on points, challenging really for third place. It's going to be a great finale, but the Gladiator very much in the box seat, as you see, 30 points versus 37 for Sled. Platoon Aviation on 36, along with Allegra. Quantum Racing powered by American Magic moving up the table, locked on the same points as Alpha Plus. And Value 57 points. Winners of the regatta here last month. Phoenix in 8th on 58 points. Paprec on 58. And Interlodge a little bit out of touch in 10th place. No, largely attributable to the 2 11th places that they had in the middle of the week when they had a technical problem. So Tony Langley's Gladiator team, they look pretty relaxed on board. We've been watching them over the course of the break. We saw Chris O'Hoskins doing the maths just after the finish. Tony Langley saying we've got a comfortable lead, and he's just giving the final words of encouragement to the team. Louise, what do you feel about this final race? It's a Gladiators Championship to lose.
I think this is such a nice final race. We have 2 boats for who can decide their win, and I will be pretty curious to see, will Gladiator do their own thing again, start on one side, go in one corner, or are they actually going to try to maybe say a Sled a little bit back in the fleet to just make sure that they can't steal their win anymore? Are they going to try to just stay next to them? So this will all depend on how aggressive Gladiator will be in this race. And we have similar conditions like in the race before. A little bit more breeze. We you can also now sometimes see a blue sky. So 10 to 13 knots from the southwest. Amazing sailing conditions out here in Newport, Andy.
Indeed, we're just lacking just a little bit of sunshine. Would have been nice, but the sun signs on the righteous. Now Tony Langley and the Gladiator team taking up their position, I think, at one end of the fleet, looking just now to, or shaping up at a minute or just under a minute to go, shaping up to position themselves to leeward of the fleet, where they started the week, going for the left side, or just looking at Alpha Plus, taking a little clearing tack to give themselves some space. Pat Prick a little bit behind the fleet, just 40 seconds to go. Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, just getting themselves up a little bit more to windward and closing with the group towards the committee boat end of the line. Gladiator, 20 seconds to go. Just KJ Parada, undoubtedly the most consistent starter this week. On the helm of the Gladiator, always helps working with your long-time navigator Bruno Zerilli, and the bowman Matt Cornwall, cat flap, one of the best in the business. It's all down to them, the time and distance and speed to the line. 1 second. All clear, says Maria Torrijos. So a good start from Gladiator off the pin end of the line. And not a good start, Louise, from Sled.
Yes, so Gladiator was actually going for Sled. They had some nice matches here for the pin end. And Gladiator is just very, very strong in starting, I would say. So they secured their place there at the pin and they were really close leeward to Sled. So Sled had to take out, try to find a new gap, but there was just no space anymore. All the boats were already at the starting line. So that's why Sled unfortunately was late and now has to tack and bear away all these boats to go to the right side, where Gladiator had a phenomenal start all alone here at the pin end. And can do their own thing now, go to the left side, make their super strength, their speed work. And yeah, maximum his risk here as well, as Sled is sailing on the other side, but they had a bad start, so Gladiator should be in front. Doesn't matter really what will happen.
Indeed, of course, Sled have to be 8 boats ahead of Gladiator. And that's not looking very likely at the moment. Gladiator, I think, will sail fairly conservatively from this left side. It's relatively low risk all in all, because we've never seen that big a variation between the two sides over the course of this week. Whichever the top boat on either side has been, they've generally come in top 4 in the top mark. There's no one side which has really prevailed big time. And I think that's as much an insight into Gladiator's risk management. However, let's see, Allegri leading on that right side for the moment. Platoon made a decent start, certainly well forward with Allegri. Now Quantum Racing for me, Louise, he seemed to get quite a decent start, but not quite got the pace relative to the boats round about them, but let's see how that evolves. They're 5th for the moment, Louise.
Yeah, Quantum Racing had a good start out of the middle, but as you said, they were not just really over target. You try when you do the shoot up for the last approach, you try to get over target, and I don't know if they were probably around target, but also it's not so easy when you're in the middle to have a good lane to sail fast. And Gladiator all the way alone at the pin end is now rolling into a jibe, into a tack, sailing upwind here. And they just look very comfortable here on the left side, sailing fast, sailing their own thing. And they're just outstanding in starting as well. When I spoke with Guillermo one day, how is he managing to always nail this pin end? Because the other boats are great as well, and he said he's just feeling the most confident at the pin end, and he just knows that he can do very, very good starts.
And they have done another one, although just now at the moment we have them 8th on the water. But how many times have we seen upsets and dramas on the last race of the World Championship? Many, many times, and not least in Barcelona a year ago, or less than a year ago, when Platoon won the world title on the last race, on the last run, by gaining one boat on the last run. So you never know, but just now it's Gladiator 8th and Sled 9th. Wouldn't be the way you'd want to win a world title, but you do have to also consider this is a 5 regatta season. Every race counts. For those of you who have looked at Gladiator leading the circuit championship at the moment, so that's all of us in the back of your mind. Do you want to sail sled backwards in the fleet at the expense of 4 or 5 places? But let's have a quick look, if we can, at some point in the race at the circuit championship standings. It is all about the ROLEX TP52 World Championship, but the circuit standings, everybody's interested in them. I think Quantum came in with a 9-point lead, and at the moment it's Gladiator leading by 5 points, Sled in third at 6 points behind Quantum. Allegri in the match in fourth. Platoon, the circuit champions from 2023, well, they are some 31 points behind Gladiator. But that's just a quick flash of where we stand at the moment. But who, at the end of last season, who would have considered that Gladiator might be leading the circuit at the midpoint of the season? Allegri going well out on the right side. In general, Gladiator on this left side has sometimes been a little bit of a slow burn, but also quite often we see the right coming in later in the afternoon with a little bit stronger breeze on that right side. But they always say, don't they, that you're only as good as your last race. And it's always important to go into a short break between now and the next regatta later on in August in Puerto Portales. The fleet have to go back to Europe. It'd be great to go back with a race win. And Allegri leading the charge just now. On board with Phoenix momentarily. Phoenix in third. Tina Plattner steering. So interestingly then, Allegri and Platoon, the race leaders, sister ships built at King Marine to the Botine design. Allegri was launched first in late March. So Sled, unfortunately, now to weather of a Gladiator. So 16 points between the Gladiator and Platoon, and Gladiator and Allegri. So no chance for either of them to top the table, win the world title. So Louise, what's your thoughts? It seems like the fleet is pretty close, but are all on the one tack really for the moment. With the exception of 2 or 3 boats now coming back from the right.
Any
Anyway,
sort of
Go on, Louise.
Yes, so I agree with you. I'm driving up here on the left side, just windward of Interlodge, and now we see the first boats tacking there from the right side. And it seems like that they're following the slow oscillation I was speaking about before, so they try to stay in phase of it. That means they try to go with the shift. And I think we have to wait again until the final approach to the upwind mark to see what side, so what shift will come in last, to understand if the boats from the right will come in first or if the boats from the left will come in first. But if we look at Gladiator and Sled, Gladiator is in a really nice position here, just leeward of Sled. Sled came all the way out to them and checked then above them. So Sled would need to make a big effort now to bring enough boats in between them to secure the second world title. And at the moment it looks more like that Tony Langley, the tactician and owner of Gladiator, will be able to win their first world champion title. Andy.
It does. It would be well deserved. He's really put together a great program since last season. In the early part of the season, or certainly in Saint-Tropez last year, we had Guige and Bruno joined the Gladiator program, and straight off the bat they were on the podium in Saint-Tropez. Remember, we were talking then about the Parada factor as Guige's brother Corley sails on the Prevezza, and they were the main contenders for the title in Saint-Tropez. Anyway, another thing to look forward next month will be the launch of the new Prevezza. As we approach this top mark, Vasco just calling a boat through, just watching as Alpha Plus crosses in front of them. Alpha Plus back up in the top 3, top 4 at the top mark. They've sailed a really strong regatta all in all, one way or another. Fourth in the last race, first in the first race. Could get round the top mark in second. But as Louise said, it's really all about this final shift into the top mark. And what would you believe, it looks like Gladiator could lead round the top mark with Alpha Plus. It's amazing, just a few minutes ago we were talking about Gladiator in 8th or 9th, and as we've seen so often, this left side coming in and the top third of the beat with that lift. So Gladiator doing the business, Louise.
Yeah, I am just so amazed about Gladiator. Now I just see how they're crossing Alpha Plus and Quantum Racing powered by Matching Matrix. So now they have all their way. They made that cross on port. That's always a little bit of a exciting cross, I would say, because you need to make sure that you cross in front to don't break a rule. But these are guys staying cool, do their thing, sail fast. They got that super strength of being a little bit faster, was our feeling so far, than the other boats. And now I think they will just keep it easy, sail until leyline, and then possibly rounding that first upwind mark here in first position. What a strong race so far by them.
Indeed. In the meantime, Sled we see in 7th. Sled may be able to make something back on that left side of the upwind, but it's all about, once again, leyline, starboard leyline into the mark. Don't get to it too early and try not to give anything away. Allowing boats coming in late on port to under tack. Value in 6th. Patrick looked to be having another good first beat. Patrick will come in on port late, I think. But for me, they're second just now. Gladiator going out to the starboard tack ley line. They still have a good bit to get to the windward mark. Not sure it's going to be quite as straightforward as we maybe thought at first. Gladiator is third from the left of our picture. Certainly seems to have a good lay line. Let's keep our eyes on for example, Platoon, potentially Sled. As say, Sled, you'd imagine would gain coming in that left side. But it's all about this approach, this final approach to windward mark. Certainly can't afford to be coming in too late on port in such a compact fleet. Alpha Plus, they're tacking now on the bows of Platoon. Not quite getting the pace they want out of the tack, but they're going well. Going for the early duck. In the end, ducking Gladiator just a little bit, just enough to give themselves breathing space to tack, and Alpha Plus will come round in second. Now, meantime, watch Platoon having to duck Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. Sled, I think, in a little bit of trouble where they are, being conservative and going into the train further back. But anyway, massive kudos to the world champions elect, you have to call them, in first. Quantum Racing Alpha Plus round in second, Platoon Aviation in third, Vayu I think actually got round in fourth, Interlodge, Allegre, Phoenix, Paprec and Sled I think coming round in 10th. So very, very tight mark rounding for the boats in the middle of the fleet, or the second half of the fleet. In the end, Platoon not coming out of it too badly, but Gladiator already with the red kite set, leading the fleet as we've seen many times this regatta. Alpha Plus, winners of the first race of the day, might even yet come away as the best scoring boat of the day if they could hang in there. Gladiator going potentially 4-2-1 for the day for 7 points. Alpha Plus also on course at the moment for 7 points. And Quantum Racing up in third. So in the end, looking quite convincing just now. In fact, it couldn't be more convincing right now for the Gladiator team, leading the final race of the World Championship with Sled, their nearest contenders, in 10th. Max focus, but I think the heart rate on Gladiator will still be quite high, but a certain sense of anticipation and excitement rather than being particularly concerned about what's happening round about them. They can't do any more than win this race. So at the moment, the projections show Platoon would take third, and Alpha Plus, if they can hang into that second place, would move up to fourth. I mean, what a way to follow up Vayu's win last month if Alpha Plus were able to pull off a fourth. But they have one boat in hand over Quantum. So jibing away from the train with leaving Alpha Plus and Quantum. Breeze is a little bit lighter, Louise, perhaps.
Andy, yes, the wind just dropped a little bit, but we always had some up and downs. So I think the wind is just getting a little bit more puffy. And for me, Gladiator did the right thing here because Sled wanted to go for an option. They're desperately looking for a big change here because they want to move forward as much as they can. So they jibed out immediately after the offset mark, and Gladiator doesn't want to give this win away anymore. They're in an amazing position, but they should just not have any major mistake. So they jibed as well and are sailing now in the same direction as Sled is doing. Great job for them. And that allows Alpha Plus and Quantum Racing now to probably get into a little bit of a match, because I am sure Quantum Racing is on attacking mode and still want to catch that boat in front of them. And I also think Alpha Plus doesn't want to let this happen. So these two boats are out here now, and Gladiator sailing in the same direction as Sled. Amazing position for Gladiator, to be honest. This is probably the best race they will remember. So cool, so confident, first position, and Sled, their only challenger here, in last position at the moment.
So tough moments for the Sled team, the 2021 World Champions. But that would be quite a comfortable win potentially by Gladiator compared to, as I said, to last season in Barcelona. On board with the Platoon Aviation, lying in second just now. Just breeze a little bit lighter. We're watching Jules Salter there, just keeping a bearing on Alpha Plus in particular, I think, just to leeward of them, or just to their right. Probably less so Gladiator. Paprec going well in fourth just now. Key thing for Alpha Plus is to have Paprec between them and Quantum. Sled, according to the tracker, making something of a gain on that left side. We've generally seen more pressure, as they say, on that left side of the downwind, the right side of the upwind. Alpha Plus in third just now, coming back. Nice, strong young team, one of probably the youngest average age of the fleet just now. Harry Ross from New Zealand, the navigator. The other changes they've made, bringing in Steve Thomas from Australia as the main trimmer. Previously it was Paul Westlake, and the other key change is bringing in Zach Hurst as the downwind trimmer. Simon Dobney also having been changed off the boat. But yeah, Alpha Plus fourth just now, fourth in the previous race, and winners of the first race. seeing now just how the teams are staying low in the boat. A little bit of weight forward to lift the stern, reduce the drag. We're on the first run of the final race. And at the moment, looking like Platoon Aviation would be a clear third. So we're only on this first run. We've still got an upwind and downwind to go. The Gladiator, Louise, are quite well clear.
And yes, it got a little bit lighter here, a little bit more puffy, so it's more likely that you sail into an area where there's not so much wind, and then you have other boats being with more pressure and more wind. And I think this is a little bit what happened on this downwind. So Platoon Aviation jibed out early, and it seemed like that they had a little bit more pressure on that side, just sailing with more speed there. And Gladiator extended their lead, possibly, because Alpha Plus continued here on this side with a little bit less wind. But this racing and this pressure goes so up and down now, it got a little bit more unstable, so I think we need to wait until the gate to actually get a clear picture and understanding of what exactly happened on that downwind to see the final cross here. But the racing gets a little bit tricky now, so I think that gives some boats more in the back some opportunities to move forward, so it can get exciting as well again.
Indeed, one of these boats being Sled, who were in 9th at the top mark. We're seeing them up to 9th. Quantum Racing were 3rd at the top mark, now 4th or 5th, depending. It's all about breeze into the Lure Gate. Big split really between Quantum Racing powered by American Magic, between Gladiator and Alpha Plus. Alpha Plus looked to be having good pace, good angle. Alpha Plus and Quantum Racing locked on the same points tally going into this race. And just to reiterate, Platoon were in 46, Allegra 46, Quantum Racing in 49 and the Alpha Plus in 49. So this battle for third step on the podium at the moment it's with Platoon Aviation. So Alpha Plus converging just now with the Gladiator as they come down to the leeward gate. Gladiator going to go for the left-hand mark, looking upwind, Louise.
Yes, exactly. So Alpha Plus and Gladiator arriving at the same time here at the gate. Oh, and yes, I think Gladiator might not have kept themselves clear enough. I'm not so sure. Oh yeah, there, here, whistle. It's a red flag for Gladiator. Andy.
Amazing. Just when things were going for so well for them, but no need to panic. They still have a 7-point lead going into the race, but it might unsettle them just a little bit. But for sure, it was a late overlap though for Alpha Plus, but they don't seem to be taking their penalty very quickly. Anyway, there they go. Gladiator then taking their penalty, and that is to the advantage of Alpha Plus, who will take the lead now. Gladiator complete their penalty and will tack, or in the end they're just going to go behind Platoon, who take advantage of Gladiator's mistake. So you wouldn't imagine that should unsettle the Gladiator team too much, an unforced error. But yes, going away on port tack now. They only really have to keep an eye on Sled, who in the end, although we saw them up to 5th or 6th at one point, seem to have lost out again on this run. Yeah, Sled still pretty deep in the fleet, having gone well to the left of the run. So Louise, your thoughts on that penalty for Gladiator? Just weren't aware enough of Alpha Plus coming in late.
Yeah, wow, Andy, what a situation. We were just speaking about before on the downwind that now it's an easy race for Gladiator. They need to do the simple things right and keep it cool. And for me, they were actually pushing the risk a little bit too hard there. They wanted it a little bit too much. They were quite overlapped with Alpha Plus. And then Alpha Plus asked for mark room, and yeah, I think they really wanted to go around that mark. They're in first position. Fair enough, I can understand, but that was just too close. And for me, they just probably escaped from a massive drama, because it took some time for Gladiator until they would do their penalty, finally. Tom Burton, the tactician of Alpha Plus, already got a little bit annoyed, waving with his hand to the jury. So usually you need to do your penalty immediately. Gladiator took it a little bit more on the easy side, taking their time for that penalty. But in the end, it was all clear. They did their penalty and are back on the racing.
Indeed, but that penalty does leave Alpha Plus clear at the top of the leaderboard for this race, 130 metres ahead of Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic. And what if Sean and Tina Kang's team could come away with 2 first places and a 4th in the final day? But really all to the good for the 52 Super Series. Just proves that you don't have to be a superpower to win races and win regattas. For sure the balance of power, shall we say, has changed over recent years. And it's going to be fascinating to see the new Professor join us, plus 2 more boats joining us in Puerto Portales. So Platoon Aviation gained from that little mistake by the Gladiator. Gladiator dropping from 1st to 3rd. So anyway, approaching the, getting set to approach the top mark, probably just on halfway up the beat. Alpha Plus have 150 metres or so on Platoon Aviation and Gladiator. Paprick just challenging Platoon, not far behind them. So despite that mistake at the leeward mark, Gladiator back, settled down once again, looking that it might be a win by 12 or 13 points, something like that. So interestingly enough, we're just seeing the projected points potentially with Alpha Plus moving up to the podium. It's just changing all the time. Alpha Plus can do more than win this race. So Platoon really have to get a fourth or better, I think. I think it's no secret if you talk to Rob Wheeland, our class manager, there's quite a few people owners or potential owners want to come and join the 52 Super Series. Certainly got another 2 owners desperate to come in, but it's a lack of good recent boats which is holding them back. The Gladiator following Alpha Plus up that right side. But the fleet quite spread out, certainly in terms of the top 3 then. If anything, Alpha Plus extending nearly 200 metres ahead of so the boat's on the left trying to find something. Allegri furthest to the left of the fleet. Value way out to the right, but they've got a long way to come in. Very much in the middle of the upwind we have Sled and Gladiator. So all the time then that balance for third step of the podium, Alpha Plus and Platoon locked on equal points. It would go down to the tie break, which would almost certainly go in favour of Alpha Plus, who would have won more races at 2 compared with Platoon's 1. But it's not over yet, you know. Quantum just 2 points behind, Allegri just 3 points behind, Value just a few points behind as well. We've seen these close finishes, these close mark groundings. The only thing that you can be fairly confident in is a Gladiator winning this 2024 Rolex TP52 World Championship title. So Louise, what are you seeing just now? Presumably you're on the left side of the track, maybe upwind. We're seeing some potential gains from Value on the right, but knowing that the left comes strong for the top third of the upwind, very hard to judge.
Andy, yes, so I'm just windward of Allegri here, going upwind towards the upwind mark. And I think exactly as you said, the gain here on the left side was usually just coming in the end. We have a bit more breeze again, but it's puffy, so it's really difficult to see where the next pressure rolls in. And sometimes Value there on the right, it looks like that they can point higher, but then it's again the boats here on the left that they can point higher. So kind of tricky conditions. It started like such a even race course, it's getting a little bit more tricky. And I think at the upwind mark we will see probably Platoon and Value arriving more or less at the same time, and it will depend again on this final pressure or shift towards the upwind mark.
I think you're right there. Value almost at the starboard ley line. For us, just a little bit under. But the majority of boats coming in from that left side. Furthest back is Sled, Allegra and Gladiator. And Platoon all coming in on port. Quantum for me quite interesting just now because they seem to have found a little bit of a lefty, a little lift in the middle of the course. So quick on board with Platoon Aviation. Lying second just now, potentially. Certainly having gained on Alpha Plus, so good upwind from them. But really there's not far to go in the upwind, but a lot can happen before the top mark. Gladiator certainly appear to have dropped quite significantly on this upwind. Leader to the leeward mark, taking that penalty. It's going to be a fascinating mark rounding for sure. Whether the boats coming in across on starboard can impose themselves. Quantum fourth at the leeward mark, potentially making a little bit of a gain. Alpha Plus still with the lead, and then we see the black hull of Alpha Plus coming in on port. So Gladiator looking like they've lost a few places since that leeward mark rounding. And Alpha Plus, and so Louise, Platoon just easing a little bit to come round the safety mark.
Yes, exactly, Andy, and all the boats are again quite close together. This is really tight racing again. Just Alpha Plus has a bit of a lead, but then the other boats are quite tight together again, and Gladiator dropped a little bit. Sled made some gains, and now Alpha Plus is rounding the upwind mark, Andy.
Indeed, Alpha Plus then second at the leeward gate until Gladiator fouled them. Now up to first. Second round is Platoon Aviation. Third will be Quantum Racing powered by American Magic. Looking like Paprec holding up the rest of the fleet nicely. Gladiator there just to weather off Allegra. So in the end it's looking a little bit messy for Gladiator. They've got a safe rounding there, but losing a couple of boats. Fifth round is Allegra. Sixth in the end will be Gladiator. Seventh Value. Eighth Interlodge. And the two boats at the back, certainly Sled and Phoenix. Unfortunately for the Sled team, not the day they wanted to finish with in the challenge for their second world title, a 7th and a 5th, and looking at a 9th just now. Quantum finishing stronger, certainly probably their best last day of the season. Though a little bit kind of too much, or too little too late. How do you feel about this run then, Louise? It's mostly everybody's going down on starboard with a straight bear-away set.
Andy, yes, most of the boats are going straight here. Just Quantum jibed out so far, and Phoenix, the last boat, I think they want to attack again, so Quantum will probably try to win this race now with a quite aggressive mode, creating leverage, take more risk, jibe out from the other boats. And now also some other boats are following and also going to that jibe, to port jibe. So there are some options. I definitely see some options on this racetrack because the wind got a little bit more puffy. It's got a little bit less predictable. So boats make gains where you don't really saw that they could make gains. I call this headache conditions because you never quite know what is going to happen next.
That's right, but the key thing really is that platoon...
But the lead of Alpha...
Sorry, go on, Louise.
Yeah, but the lead of Alpha Plus looked quite good here. 3 boat lengths they were leading at least at the upwind mark, and that's still difficult to make good in these conditions. Andy?
But for sure that gain on the upwind and the loss for Gladiator with platoon now up to second. That kind of settles the battle for a third place in the podium. Alpha Plus can do more, do no more in that battle for third than win the race. And they need platoon to lose 3 or 4 boats down this final run. And even here, you wouldn't imagine that happening to the 2023 World Champions and the Circuit Champions. So Gladiator, you'd probably call it winning ugly. Certainly not pretty, but doing the business nonetheless. They've done all the work all the way through the week. And special kudos, of course, to our friend Fergal Finlay, who took over as project manager, I think last year. Did a fantastic job, and the shore team on the Gladiator really have worked tirelessly. We certainly miss Fergal in the commentary box, but our loss is the team's gain. I'm sure he'd rather win a world title. However, that winning margin is not looking like it will be quite as handsome as it was on the previous round at all. But nonetheless, it's also a little bit fitting, I guess, because Gladiator in particular are one of the teams which have campaigned, or Tony has campaigned to come here. As I said earlier on in the week, he kept one of his 3 TP52s here and raced in the New York Yacht Club regattas. So it's not really a home win, but it's the next best thing. And for sure, I'm pretty sure that winning here, he'd probably like to pay his subscriptions and join the club. On on board with the outgoing world champions. Harmula Spear, maximum concentration. I think in the end, considering where they were at this venue a month ago, they'll probably not be too unhappy with the third place. But a lot of place changes in this race, Louise, hasn't there been?
Andy, I agree with you. This race was a little bit less place changes. I think the two races we've seen before, so many penalties going on, people pushing situations so far and so much. And I think in this race we've only seen Gladiator as the leading boat, taking the risk a little bit too far. But they're also only humans. That's a great thing. So it was an exciting situation there at the downwind gate where they got a penalty. And I think these were the only teams so far dropping in the leaderboard. And now they're just trying to make sure to stay close to sled, because that's the only thing they need. Just stay close to them. And then with that they will secure their world champion title, Andy.
Indeed, they're just well over halfway down the finish line. You have to consider these are the times to savour for the Gladiator team. Not really how they would want to win a world title with, in fact, potentially a little bit of fearful symmetry, if you like. Started the regatta with a 9th place and looking like they'll clinch the world title with a 9th. The only saving grace, if you like, is having the their main title contender sled behind them, so doing what they have to do, but certainly not pretty. So said Guille Parada, the helmsman, won the world title originally with the Matador. In Palma 2009, and then twice with Azura in 2015. And one more time, I think, later on. Yeah, in Portals 2015, and they also won in Porto Cervo. So that red spinnaker, very, very obvious. It's sometimes it's been at the top of the fleet. As I say, starting the regatta in 9th. We're going to have quite a big lead then for Alpha Plus, getting their second race win on the same day, going 1-4-1 for the day. So that will leave them 4th placed overall. But for sure the day belongs to Tony Langley and the team on board. And indeed on the rib and in the container on the dock. Full team effort for the Gladiator. So massive congratulations then to Sean and Tina Kang's Alpha Plus. 2 race wins on the final day of the World Championship. They can certainly be happy with that. So Alpha Plus will go to 50 points. Second through will be Platoon, going to 48 points. Third through are Quantum Racing. Fourth is Paprec. Sorry, 4th through is Allegra. No, 4th through is Paprec. 5th is Allegra. Next through is Interlodge. In 6th, Phoenix getting 7th. Just coming through next in 8th. And in the end, it's going to be a 10th. 8th is the Value. Sled are going to pip Gladiator to the finish line. But there's no mistaking it. The world champions for 2024 are Gladiator, Tony Langley's team. Coming through the finish line, a little bit dejected, I think, perhaps, with that 10th place, not the way they wanted to win. But for sure, 40 points to Sleds, 46. Platoon getting 3rd on 48, so that's the top 3. Gladiator, Tony Langley's team, the 2024 TP52 World Champions. 4-2-10 on the final day. But huge congratulations to them. They've worked so hard this week. They've sailed well. But going into the last race with a 7-point lead, they could have done a little bit better, but just wanted to have a quick debrief, I think, before they get their photographs taken and everything. Certainly some debate on board with Tony and the afterguard. But Louise, your thoughts on the Gladiator win then? Winning ugly, you might call it.
Here we go!
I think probably a little bit happier on the support boat. I think it's just taking a few minutes to sink in, Louise. Yeah, Bruno's really being lifted off the ground by the big Italian grinder, his compatriot Francesco Scalici. Flags going on board. The team in full, the new world champions, Matt Cornwell from the UK on the bow, Brad McLaughlin on the mid bow, David Vera from Spain on the pit, Francesco Scalici from Italy, number one grinder, Joey Newton, America's Cup winner from Australia on the upwind trim, Simon Fry, stir fry on downwind trim, Andy Escort from Quantum Sails on the main from New Zealand, Tony Langley, tactician, Gigi Parada from Argentina, the helmsman, Bruno Zarilli, navigator from Italy, Carlo Huisman from Netherlands, number 2 grinder, and the legendary Jeff Povey, grinder number 3. Tony's a long-time friend, they've been friends since they were kids, and Chris O'Hoskins from Australia, and Chris Hosking doing the runner, and also you would have to say strategist as well. So huge congratulations to that team, the Gladiator team. Been threatening this kind of level of success. To say they were only a couple of points off winning here last month. And I think probably one of the key things they did, or one of the smart moves they made, was buying the former Allegri. Certainly that's a decision I think probably mooted in the first place by Gigi Parada and some of the other guys, recognising the potential of that boat, which Gigi has said is a little bit more powerful than their previous Gladiator. Got it up to speed very quickly. I remember speaking to Fergal Finlay in the early spring or mid-spring. He said how hard they were working to make the boat how they wanted it. Didn't make that many changes. Put new sails on board. But a very, very experienced team. Some past winners of the World Championship, as I said, Gigi and Bruno in particular. Simon Fry, I'm pretty sure, won with Allegri, with Zura before, sailed with Gigi and Bruno. So all the teams then just started to thank our principal race officer, Maria Torrijos, for a good week. It's the first regatta we've sailed this season. We've managed to make all 10 races. Lost a few races, unfortunately, in Palma at the beginning of the season. That was a very short and intense regatta. Only sailed 7 races, and there were 2 3-race days. Gladiator starting the season with a 5th place, but a couple of firsts in there, ending up 12 points off the lead, just missing the podium by 5 points, locked on the same points as Allegri. And then say last month here in Newport, Gladiator were second, 2 points behind. Remember, maybe an omen, call it an omen if you like. Gladiator finished 2-1 here a month ago, or in fact their last 3 results were 1-2-1, and that was really what elevated them to the second place after starting 8-4-5. So a disappointing final day in the end for Sled, going 7-5-9, having started 2-2. 2021 World Champions. And there we go, many, many happy faces on board. So Gladiator, Tony still has a TP52 at home in the UK. We'll be back racing at Cowes Week at one point to say he was racing 3 TP52s, one at home in the UK, one out here in Newport, and one on the 52 Super Series. The best result prior to this was in Menorca at the end of the season when they tied on points, I think with Quantum, or certainly with the Regatta winners, but just lost out on discard. So and for sure Gladiator leading the or they were leading the circuit charge going into this race. We'll have a look hopefully perhaps as we sum up, but Louise, your thoughts on this win for Gladiator?
Andy, what an amazing win here for Gladiator. They were so strong the whole week and they weren't cracking under pressure, nothing. Tony kept it cool. Now I see happy faces. They had to get refreshed a little bit now from that last race here, but what an amazing win for Tony Langley as a tactician and as an owner here, winning his first world champion title in the TP52 class. Just amazing. They were sailing so strong. I'm really impressed by this team.
Yeah, they've had speed for sure. As Gagier told us during the week, they made some changes. Obviously, the Quantum program helps a lot, the 3-boat program. And say they'll head for Puerto Portals potentially with the circuit lead. But there's the final standings, and Gladiator winning by 6 points from Sled. Platoon Aviation get their first podium of the season in third, only 2 points up on the Alpha Plus, who have to be happy with fourth. Allegra, well, they've been second and third through the week, dropping to fifth with a weaker second half of the regatta, ending up on 51 points. But Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, well, at ninth in the first race today was not good, but a 1 and a 3 in the second 2 races of the day. It shows their potential. In sixth, Paprec, 834 today, 62 points. Well, seventh they can be fairly happy with, I guess. They've had some really strong showings through the week. Vayu in the end ending up 8th, and Phoenix 9th, and Interlodge in 10th. So that is the Rolex TP52 World Championships done and dusted. The regatta title winner, the winners of the third regatta of the season, the world champions, are Tony Langley's Gladiator team. Join us again next month in Puerto Portals for the next regatta. We're going to have a quick look at the season standings. Hopefully, just bear with us 1 second. And Gladiator then go to Puerto Portals, one of their favourite venues, with a 3-point lead for the circuit ahead of Quantum Racing, powered by American Magic, at 115 points. Sled on 121, Allegra 132, Platoon Aviation 140, Vayu 149, 154 for Interlodge, Alpha Plus 159, Paprec 162, Phoenix 188, and Provezza, as I say, who will have a new boat in Puerto Portals next month. So do join us then. Thank you so much for following us all the way through the week. We'll see you soon.
Give them a name to remember.
Quantum Racing is back at the top of the world. Rolex TP52 World Champion.
They win the World Championship title for the third time on the final run.
Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. Give them a name to remember. Let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever. Hey, let's see how you do under pressure. Let's see how you do under pressure. A moment can live on forever.
Palm Beach Motor Yachts is proud to support the ROLEX TP52 World Championship. The competitive spirit and drive for excellence is at the heart of all Palm Beach Motor Yachts. It's a privilege to showcase our two flagship models, the beautiful Palm Beach 70 and the exhilarating Palm Beach GT60, built using our proprietary V-Warp technology, delivering class-leading speed, performance, and unrivaled fuel efficiency. Experience a true yachtsman's powerboat. PalmBeachMotorYachts.com.